Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawes.
Good evening and welcome to Not For Broadcast. I'm Falco77 and today we're going to be jumping into a whole new game. How's the audio compared to my voice, by the way? Hello Carly, how are we doing? Hi Sophie. Just need to double check something real quick.
Well, that's
it's all good.
Blunt question.
Oh, City Tay-Tay's on lunch break at his new job. Excellent. Go smash it, Tay, you utter hero.
Friends and neighbours.
So,
have confidence that the team.
there's a thing I want to run by you all before we get started on this game. As I was plumbing through the options, there's a detailed content warning, which does claim spoilers. Does anybody here want to see it? This game has strong political themes. Hi JSR. So if anybody would like to get an idea of what they're getting themselves into by watching this stream, just ask and I'll throw it up for you all.
We're only getting started.
Oh, that's awesome, Tay. Kindness and respect, that's what we all want.
And I'm Jeremy Dawes. Our main headlines tonight.
I'm actually going to tweak some of the audio levels for myself.
Every single one of you's a bit Jesus.
There we go. That'll do. So, would anybody like to see the content warning before we get into this, or are you all happy to fly blind and take the consequences as we do? You would prefer some content warnings? Sure.
And have confidence that the team will keep you safe.
Right. I am going to throw the content warnings on screen. I am going to look away because I don't want to get spoiled. So, look now, and I'm going to stare directly at chat. Tell me when you are ready to move on.
Are you saying that advance have cured death?
I'm staring exactly at Citizen Tay in chat right now. Looking right at his name. I'm not reading these content warnings.
Oh, Megan. We're only getting started. Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy
Okay,
Dawes.
Carly's
Our main
good.
headlines tonight.
Have read. Cool. I have seen nothing. So, everybody's happy to proceed and ready. So, this is going to be a bit of a parody of British TV in a way. You're actually going to get a soft look behind the scenes at kind of what I do as a job. So, let's get started. I'm going to do the campaign. Enter game name.
Friends and neighbours.
Can't do underscores, so we're just going to have to go without.
That the team will keep you safe.
Right, story mode. Intern, no.
The people never happy. It's never enough.
Okay, cool. We'll go broadcaster mode for this. Oh wait, showrunner mode. Oh, that's like real life. I don't want to do that yet. Let's do broadcaster mode and see what happens.
That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Oh, just as a warning, I'm having to do some stuff in the background, so I may have to step away from the computer every now and then. So just be warned, I may have to disappear. This game may contain flashing images. Oh, what a start, an election. Oh, hello?
Hi, David, I have a call for you. I'm just putting it through. All right,
mate. Dave here. Listen, I know you've only come in to clean up the place, but I've got a bit caught up, so you're going to have to run the news tonight. Now, don't worry, it's not hard, and I'm going to stay on the phone and help
Dave.
you. First, I'm going to give you a quick
Dave,
tour of the
the
broadcast
fuck? What are
room,
you
so if
doing?
you're not doing it already, look forwards towards all those screens.
Dave, I'm a runner. I shouldn't be doing this.
Right, look up at the top. That coloured bar is your audience. You want to keep the viewers going up and not down.
Right, okay.
Underneath that, you've got the screens. The one on the right is the broadcast screen. That's what the viewers are seeing at home.
Okay, that's program.
It's only a couple of seconds behind the master screen there in the middle.
That's preview.
That's the one you control. Now, the four small screens on the left show the different signals coming from the studio.
Multi-view.
And you can choose between them using the numbered buttons on the vision mixer at the bottom left.
That's my VM.
Don't worry. I'll talk you through it and you'll pick it up in no time. Now, have a look to your left. These plugs control everything in the studio. I've left them set up for you, so provided you haven't fiddled with them, all you have to do now is throw the master trip switch and we're in business. Once you've got the power on, face the front again.
Dave, I was hired to make tea and coffee and, like, get people's lunch orders. Like, this is a bit much for me. Dave? Dave? Oh. Jacket. Prime British music there. Right, I guess we best get started.
You can see on the broadcast screen that we're in the end titles for the show before us. Fortunately, they go on for fucking ages, so there's plenty of time for me to explain. Oh, right, okay, they're over, so we haven't got long now till the
Dave?
broadcast. Right, quickly, mate, look down under the desk.
Dave, I swear to God. Oh, okay.
Video tapes on the left, they're your adverts. Pick any three and load them into the machines on the right. When you've done that, look up to the front again.
Right, okay. We're going to go with Exercise with Ham Sleeves, Crazy Neil, and Come to Bumley.
You should be getting a signal from the studio soon.
Oh, there is no safe word when it comes to broadcasting. Right, we should...
When you get the signal, select screen 1 with the vision mixer and we're ready to go.
Prawn and mayonnaise?
You know seafood makes me go out in pustules.
Yeah, I thought it might increase our viewing figures.
Every day. You offer me prawns every day.
10 seconds, everybody. That's how I show love.
You're trying to kill me.
And yet you persist. Going in 5, 4.
But now, it's time to join Jeremy Donaldson.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main stories tonight.
Okay, we're all good. Next thing is going to be to throw the news titles on screen 2. There'll be a countdown, but I'll count you in as well. Just relax, mate. It's all gravy.
All right, Dave, cheers for PAing for me.
And corners the flowered market. Top chat. Sports fans everywhere celebrate as popular footballer Johnny Hamsleeves wins Sports Personality of the Year. And a spoonful of sugar. Meghan will be chatting with movie star Lawrence Blunderclatch about his new movie, The Medicated. And, of course, we'll be going live to Advance headquarters to hear what the leaders of this fledgling party have to say on their historic...
5 seconds to titles.
Part 2 in 3, 2, 1. Lovely, mate.
Cheers, Dave.
Next thing is to throw back to Jeremy with button 1 when that globe in the middle shrinks down and vanishes.
Standing by on Jeremy. Ready on 1.
Here it comes. Switch to screen 1. Now, lovely, mate.
But first,
You're on,
the
Jeremy.
votes are in, and it's a decisive win for Advance.
We often get a bit of interference around this time, mate. Keep your eye on the machine at the bottom right. Use that slider that's flashing, or your scroll wheel to move the wave up and down, keeping the green bit in the white bit.
But critics have accused him of a severe lack of actual policy.
Dave, why haven't we booked out the frequencies? What kind of Mickey Mouse operation is this, Dave? Where's my engineer?
Overwhelming mandate, but have yet to appear publicly. However, Former Home Secretary...
Great, it's going well. All you've got to do now is play the advert at the end of the segment. Make sure you don't play it too early or we'll all get fired. Now, the clock at the top is counting you down to the advert. When it reaches 0, press one of the 3 play ad buttons over there at the bottom right. I normally play the first one at the first break and so on, but you can play them in any order you want. I'll count you into it as well, but keep your eye on the clock.
All right, cheers, Dave.
And
Standing by.
3, 2, 1, advert.
1 minute back, everybody. Jeremy.
Cool, right.
I need you to
Going to adverts.
What? Why?
Wanker Snatch is running late. I thought I'd ask him about the election.
Personally, I wouldn't try to confuse him with any big words.
That's the same policy we use with you. I thought that was our little secret. That's all right, he doesn't remember anything I tell him.
I'm deeply uncomfortable with your burgeoning friendship.
Me too.
Yeah.
Wicked. We've made it to the first ad break. You're doing great, mate. But this is where it starts getting a bit trickier. This next sequence is what we call a multicam sequence, because you're going to be cutting between multiple cameras to keep things interesting. A lot of it's down to personal taste, but here's 3 good rules of thumb.
These aren't my
1.
cards. Please
Try and keep the shot on whoever is doing the talking. 2. Don't stay on the same shot for too long. 10 seconds at the most. So if you're on the person who's talking, try and throw in the odd reaction shot or pull out to the wide shot for a bit just to keep it interesting.
Gotcha.
3. Don't stay on reaction shots for too long. A couple of seconds is usually enough. Then the audience want to see who's doing the talking, yeah? Stick to these rules and you'll be fine. It's not as complicated as it sounds. You've seen programs on television, haven't you? Make it look like those. Might as well get screen 1 selected now. No need to wait for the broadcast to start. Try and stay ahead, mate.
All right, cheers, Dave. Yeah, we're really earning this $4.17 an hour.
Thank you so much. 10 seconds, everybody.
All right, 10 seconds to there. Back to you guys in studio. 5, 4, 3.
3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later, we'll be hearing from shock election winners Advance. But first,
Get ready to go to Megan on screen 4.
Is here with a star of both stage and screen. Megan?
Thank you, Jeremy. Megan Wolfe, culture correspondent. And today I have a guest who starred in everything from Shakespeare
Right,
to the
go to
shop
Blunderclatch
films.
on screen 3 when she says his
Joined
name.
today by none other than Lawrence Blunderclatch. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, my dear, I do hope you believe me when I tell you that being with you here today is among
Switch to 2 for the wide now.
Way ahead of you, Dave.
May I say, having you here with us is among ours.
Right, now just try and stay on whoever's talking.
Latest movie, which is called The Medicated.
The medicated, yes.
Wow, what was that like?
Well, as I said to Peter at the Rat, that's Peter Jensen, the director.
Give us a look at Megan's reaction. Lovely. Now back to Thunder Twat.
I've worked with him on several movies, all terribly successful. I said to Peter, what a wild ride this has been. And you know what, Megan? I really meant that.
Wow, that is fantastic. And am I right in saying that the character you play in this movie is quite an academic one?
Absolutely right. A scientist.
Was that a challenge at all?
What exactly are you implying? But seriously, yes, you're
Fallen
right.
behind a bit.
It was a complete departure from my last starring role when I played Sergeant Brock Rockman in Bullet Man. You'll remember that that was the true story of one soldier's fight for a love that surpasses all. A love, of course.
I had to cut to that. Had to do it.
I think it's grossed over $1 billion, but honestly, who's counting?
It's a role that saw you scoop 2 Best Actor awards, if I remember correctly.
It's so sweet of you to mention it, but I really am not
Get back
doing
to
it
who's
for the
talking.
awards. Although those 3 little statues do take pride of place on my mantelpiece.
With all the others, I'm sure. So, if you're not doing it for the awards, what is it then that drives you?
That is a beautiful question, Megan, and not easy to answer. Like you, I'm afraid. Cut me, and I will bleed. And often, that's how it feels, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Bleeding, giving, suffering for one's audience. I suppose in the end, I do it for the difference it makes. I do it for the people that I inspire.
God, this interview is dragging, Dave.
But most of all, I think I do it for the positive change that I can bring about in the world.
And
Get on the speaker, mate.
We're in for some
The speaker?
real change, it looks like, in the coming few months. What do you make
Oh,
of
right.
this historic election result?
Oh, well. Well, now you're asking. Historic election result. Indeed. Historic is the word. Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Very difficult. But I think I've always been quite clear that when it comes to politics, one should always strive to
Oh God, she looks terrified.
not fuck things up.
Shit, he swore. Oh, well, don't worry, he won't do
I think
it
I got it.
Shit, he did it again. Okay, don't panic. I'll explain how to deal with swearing at the break.
Medicated, which opens next week.
Right,
around
they've swapped the shot of Jeremy on screen 1 for a VT of the movie clip.
Oh crap.
You'll get a countdown on the screen, but I'd just let Megan cue you in.
My character,
Dave,
Dr.
you're distracting me.
is faced with a decision that could affect humanity's very survival.
Exciting stuff. Let's take a look. Exciting stuff.
Got that quite
All the
nicely.
top Blunderclatch is losing it in the studio, but we ain't got time for that. There's more interference coming. It's a bit trickier this time, mate. Use that little flashing joystick to the left of the knob, or hold down your middle mouse or Alt on your keyboard, and as the frequency changes, match it to the white bit by dragging right.
You think I don't know that?
Now we're going to squash the frequency back by dragging left.
No, we mustn't.
Right, you getting it?
That's Dr. Lance to you, Miss Flanagan.
I think we're good.
Jubbly, mate.
For you, baby.
Next, we're going to change the amplitude. Same as last time. Little joystick or hold Alt or middle mouse, and this time, push upwards. Upwards, mate. Upwards.
Dave, chill.
Doctor,
I'm drowning, Lance, you said.
you need to see this.
Right, now let's match it back by going downwards.
So far, this is like perfect parody of like British TV.
The sterility.
I think we're in.
This formula, this is the key.
Stop it all.
Bloody perfect, mate.
I can be quite confident in saying I've not encountered a Dave like this in TV.
You'll want to play another ad. Remember to use the clock at the top to count you in.
Copy that, Dave. We'll be going to ads in 10 seconds. In 2, 1, and go
Right,
to ad.
I guess I better explain how to deal with bleeping out swear words.
Yes, please,
As you
Dave. What
probably
the hell?
noticed, the broadcast screen, here, is about 2 seconds behind the master screen, here. When someone says a naughty word, the bleep button lights up, like this. 2 seconds later, you'll hear that swear word going out on the broadcast, and you need to hold down the bleep button or the space bar on your keyboard for
Okay.
as long as the swear word lasts. It can take a bit of practice getting used to hearing 2 things at once. Just stay calm and you'll get it. And if you can't tell when to bleep, just above the button, you'll literally be able to see the sound scrolling by. All you got to do is hold it down while the red bit is over the red line. Simple.
Like that.
Of course, if you do it by eye, you'll have to take your eye off the screens. That's why real professionals do it by ear.
ASR, this is
Most people
basically
like to
my
have the
job.
volume of the broadcast screen a little bit below the master screen. Let's set it now. As you turn it up, you'll hear the advert getting louder. Good. You're set to start censoring. Like I say, it takes a little practice, but I'll try and help you through it, and soon we'll have you bleeping like a pro. Remember,
Dave, I'm already fucking bleeping like a pro, you fucking twat. Now fucking get off the line and let me do my job.
That are still at a deal. We got those shares. You want crazy? We got crazy. Crazy Neil's got crazy deals.
remember to select screen 1 now that you've got the feed. Don't wait for the broadcast to go live. That's too late. You can use the number buttons on your keyboard, 1 to 4.
Yeah, I got you, Dave. Trust me, this ain't my first rodeo vision mixing. I literally did this for Colin Stumpy.
Welcome back.
Go on,
Right, so
Jeremy.
We can now go live to Advanced Headquarters, where the two leaders, Peter Clement and Julia Salisbury, are about to make their acceptance address.
Oh shit, he's pissed. Get ready to bleep.
Uh-oh.
Okay. thank you all for coming, and, well, where do I start? What a day.
They said we couldn't do
They
it.
certainly did.
They used every dirty, low-down, lying southern bastard trick they had against us. But you, the people, you saw right through their shite.
I'm sorry about the language there.
Sorry about that. I've had a couple of celebratory pints.
Bloody hell.
Coarser than a granny's fanny.
Memorably put. But to be honest, who can blame Peter for celebrating? Throughout the campaign, you've heard us say that Advance are not a political party. A party is what you have when things are going well. When the country is suffering, you
Dave, mate, do you really believe this trollop they're spouting?
A team that can change things.
Oh, yeah, good lad.
But today is day one of a new future. A better, fairer future. So perhaps we should all be celebrating.
Except for the rich. For them, the party's over. They shouldn't be celebrating. They should be putting their shitting pants on and opening their dusty checkbooks.
Again, colourfully put, but not inaccurate. Before we came out here to address the nation, we used our executive powers to pass the Assets and Wealth Act. Working with the tax office, we have produced a definitive list of every person in the country with wealth into the millions.
You know this sort of, probably you rather you don't. Because the likes of you and me are not welcome in their gated communities.
Tomorrow, we will be introducing a sweeping reform of the tax system in this country. No more hiding wealth offshore, no more trust funds or creative accounting. A simpler, fairer, unavoidable set of tax laws.
So, all you bastard public school snobs have got nowhere to hide. And earlier today, we revoked your passports. Back.
Dave, mate, I think
You
we've,
threatened before the election.
I think we've,
But first,
elected an authoritarian government.
Back.
Advance are going to turn this country from a nation of warring individuals into a team. To properly fund health and education. To raise the living standards of us all.
The pundits said we'd have to raise billions. But you'll see when we've reclaimed what's ours, that's absolute ferret shite. So to you posh twats.
The people who pay you a pittance to serve them drinks in their private clubs. The people whose children you raise.
So they've got time to get even fucking richer.
Advance have this to say to you.
It ends today.
We are coming for your sports cars and your mansions and your vineyards.
It ends today.
We will put the wealth of this country back where it should have always been.
Yeah, he does a bit.
In the hands of the people who created it.
It ends today.
Yes, it ends today. And tomorrow, we'll start making it fair again. Just like we promised we would.
And until then, ladies and gents, I suggest we all get pissed.
I can't argue with that. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, an interesting acceptance speech there from the leaders of Advance. And our apologies for the fruity language. Hopefully we got that bleeped out for you in time. If not, someone's going to be in trouble. So, as the
Hey,
country
don't give me this. Dave's the one who missed the call time and had to call in the runner to do this.
We'll be back tomorrow with full coverage of the first day under Advance. I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Have a peaceful night.
Right.
All right, you're clear, Jeremy. Good job.
Thanks for all the help, mate. I've got to go. Ferry's about to leave. Probably won't be coming.
Dave, where the fuck are you?
Good luck.
Same old boring
Dave?
politics, then.
Dave?
Some weird fever dream. Am I dying?
Did he just fucking quit?
You should be so lucky. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Not going for a drink?
No, got a date.
Lucky you. Try not to get murdered.
Experience a holiday that's simply unlike any other.
I think Dave stitched me up here, team.
Come and visit the abandoned Spade.
Fucking Dave.
Kids will love exploring the old production line in relative.
Hello, Sam. Hello, Dagger. Hello, everybody else. Apologies if I wasn't very talky. You do have to concentrate on this slot.
Or why not indulge your cult?
Oh dear.
Of our sites of historic interest.
So yeah, this is sort of what it's like running a TV show. And as I saw your comment earlier, Tay, no, I never look at the program screen. I just use the preview screen for everything.
And after a long day exploring.
When the program's finished, you'll get a broadcast.
Oh, Dave, you're back. Are you on your fucking ferry?
First page shows you how bosses and they keep the boss happy. If you want to know more about how it went, select more info. If not, select continue to move to the next page.
Terror text. Oh, God. Didn't think you would, but I've never done TV. It varies. Like, usually you'll have somebody watching the programme just to spot something out. Remember our days in the gallery for daily download and tweet? Oh, mate. Mate. No, Dave wouldn't get the bonus either. Dave's fucked off. This would just go to the CEO, who does absolutely fuck all to do with this. So, yeah, this is kind of... This first section is sort of like a little precursor into what's going on. So this is sort of like a new Britain where a new government promising, like, to go after the rich and everything, but seems to be stealthing in some very authoritarian... legislation seems to be taking power. This is an alternate Britain, as it were.
Right, this is the important page. It tells you how much you're going to get paid and how much wealth you have overall.
Ow, game!
Shows you the financial state of our main advertisers, but you don't own any fucking shares. You're a cleaner, for God's sake, so why would you care?
Oh, fuck you, Dave! Yes, I do remember, Sam. I've received my full wages. Current wealth broke-ass port. Jesus wept. The game is really coming for me today. I did not need to be personally attacked like this. Not in the slightest. Oh, dear. All right, Creep. Give me 2 seconds. I need to go check something, and then we'll carry on with the game. What did everybody think of it so far? I'll come back and check in with everybody as I come back. I think of it, PTSD flashbacks. Current wealth eating 55p tins of ravioli. Yeah, it's very, very good little analog for TV. It's quite well done. Right, let's continue, shall we?
Last page, and it tells you the state of the world, tells you how well the government's doing, and down the bottom there, this one's important, tells you what Channel 1 currently thinks of you. In other words, what the boss thinks.
Oh, that's the thing, JSR. Part of it is just, like, knowing where to zone in. Like, you guys saw me, like, if you were paying attention to me, you would have just seen me, like, eyes everywhere, just sort of keeping tabs on stuff, and that's basically all it is. It's knowing which data to filter out. Like, I'm not even paying attention to the broadcast feed. The broadcast feed is not important. Dave gives me some information here and there, but he's fucking off, so he's a useless shitty PA, and I've now suddenly been promoted to gallery control. APD. Oh, auditory processing disorder. Yeah, no, I can sympathise with that. Ooh, new clothes, Carly. GG. Now, I think you guys are going to have a bit of input as to what goes on here.
Right, welcome to the archive. This is where you can have a quick look back at what you've done and how it looked to the public. There's 3 sections: broadcast, rushes, and adverts. Let's start with broadcast. Click on it now.
Okay.
Over on the left, that's all the broadcasts that you've done. Click on any one of them and hit load tape. Once it's finished loading, you can use the rewind and the fast forward at the bottom there to help you get to the bit you want to see.
In a few moments, we'll be going live to tonight's national nightly news. But before...
Let's take a look at what's coming up later on tonight on Channel 1. At 7 o'clock, it's the semi-final of the quotation game.
Freedom of being Colin. Who is Colin, and why is he so free?
The election win that experts said just couldn't happen. Hopeful or hostile?
Right, I think...
Right, click on rushes and let's have a look at those.
Rushes.
Right, this is the rushes room. It's pretty simple. The 4 screens you can see, they're going to show...
Oh, this is the raw footage.
...studio during the actual broadcast. Difference is you can mute any combination of them, so you can have a listen to the stuff you weren't allowed to show. Select the broadcast and give it a go, and when you're done listening listening to the backstage.
Shall we see about Blunderclatch kicking off?
These aren't my cards. Please tell me these aren't my cards.
No, they're the right ones, apparently.
Oh, but this gives me nothing, Jenny. They must see that.
Oh, no. I think they think he won't have anything to say.
Oh, for God's sake, come on. It's a huge day. He's not an...
Absolute bonehead. I don't care, Rob. I'm not doing
Wait,
it.
you leave Rob
I
alone.
agreed to do one beastly interview a day. I made that completely clear when we started. Check my contract.
Hi, I'm Megan.
Oh, piss off.
Fuck you.
You're on thin, bloody ice, Rob. Whole wheat, man. Whole wheat.
We're coming back from the break. Quiet in the studio.
Thank you so much for...
10 seconds, everybody. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News.
Hang on. I'm going to speed ahead to Matey Boy.
Megan?
Thank you, Jeremy. Megan Wolf.
Right, we saw all this. The twerp. I want to see where he kicks off. This is where he gets all political.
This week around the country. Lawrence, do...
Okay, carry on. Da, 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 da. Oh, no, I missed it.
And we're out.
Rob, get the car. We're out of here.
Mr. Blunderclatch.
No.
I'm shutting this down. What kind of operation? I don't understand it. Running.
Mr. Blunderclatch, I understand you're upset, but we can...
I don't understand.
Rob, I'll be at the Dorset. Send up a bottle of scotch and a whole ham. It's in my contract.
Why is there a whole ham in his contract?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just had to. I had to. Oh, go on then. Say it.
What?
I told you so.
Your hair looked nice.
See, this is why you're single.
Harsh, unfair. Because he's a large ham of a person. Yeah, he wants a large ham to remind him of all the ham acting he does. It makes so much sense. Right, we're not bothering with the adverts. Oh. Bloody Nora. Day 3, an unexpected form. You arrive home to find post on the mat, most being here nothing more than the usual junk mail. One letter, however, catches your eye. The team wants to know you. Curiosity gets the better of you, and you open it. It's a form from the new advanced government asking for information on all citizens. The first page is already filled in already. Your name, Alex Winston. Your spouse, Sam Winston. Your children, Charles and Susie Winston, 14 and 19. Oh, you muse at least that they've got the basics right. The rest of the questions are left for you to complete. They appear to be mandatory. Upon starting a new job, you would be friendly and introduce yourself to co-workers, be productive and get to work immediately, ease yourself in and orientate yourself with your new workplace, reminisce with friends about old jobs. Okay, so... When did I marry Alex? Did you not know, Sam? Oh, God. You must have been really bladdered. Like, do you not remember that night in Vegas? Like... Oh, shit, you were you must have been way more drunk than I expected. I thought you were on board. I thought you were aware. So, if this was me... Would you not talk about Vegas? What happens if Vegas stays in Vegas? Be friendly and introduce yourself to your new co-workers. That's what I would do. Sam knows I do this. Question 2. A colleague in a different department has confided in you that they've been taking home confidential information. Now, a file of minor importance has gone missing. I would recommend that my colleague reports it. An entire department was fired today for consistent underperformance. Your boss has put in place new targets that are significantly higher than the previous ones. You would leave work on time, stay late to ensure you hit the first deadline, leave work early and head to the pub to chat about the changes with colleagues. I would leave work on time. If I'm not being paid overtime. I have a contract and I will stick to it. It's the annual company barbecue and you and your family have been invited. You are looking forward to enjoying a nice day out with friends and family. Are washing your hair that day. Go if you're free, but wouldn't mind missing it. I've been practicing with your co-workers and think you'll win the talent contest this year. I'm looking forward to a nice day out with friends and... Oh, wait. It's a company barbecue. How much hair do you have to spend all day? I mean... You know who answers that question, Carly? Cousin It. Has to be Cousin It. I once finished at 11 PM working at your old job because of work I had to do in absence of another colleague. Mate, I hope you got time and a bloody half for that. I mean, it depends. Like, if we're talking about... Like, let's say, for example, if this was Jinx, I would 100% be looking forward to a nice day out with friends and family. You know what? I'm going to base it on that. No OT, so you leave at your contracted time. Oh, there's loads of fun excuses you can do for that. Washing your hair just is a very basic and obvious one to be like, I don't want to go. I mean, the other one that just gets... The other excuse that I use, which you have to use sparingly, but occasionally just works out well for you, is just say you have stomach issues, and people don't follow up on that. They leave it alone, because they don't want to hear. Got a long and successful career and now about to retire. In your speech, refuse to attend. List your achievements and all the good memories you have of working there. I mean... Yeah, probably. Give an honest review of the pros and cons of the company. Nah, I'm retiring. I don't care anymore. Focus on issues and challenges. Nah, why make myself sad? Yeah, probably that one. In your spare time, you like to relax alone, doing things like listening to music or making models. Attend political rallies and stand up for what you believe in. Encourage and support your children with their hobbies. Play in your local sports team. So it's not 2 or 4 for me personally. It's 1 or 3. Now, seeing as we're playing as a parent... I would like to say option 3. Your ideal holiday getaway would be... Bloody hell, how long is this survey? Your ideal holiday would be surrounded by natural beauty, getting away from the strain of the daily grind, exploring somewhere unfamiliar and discovering new experiences and challenges, a structured day out at a theme park bursting with thrills and attractions for you and your family, a romantic getaway with your partner to a tropical island paradise. Japan's tropical, isn't it? We sell Japan as tropical? That's an island. What do you think? Do we think we can, like, blag Japan as tropical? Yeah. Actually, no. It is most important that the government keeps people safe, free, happy, or equal. Ooh. That is a loaded question. Because I would assume that picking any one of these answers results in detriment to the other 3. It's like picking up a loaded shotgun. It's so heavily loaded. You're going to do a 21 gun salute when you retire, Dagger. I respect that. I respect that. Genuine question to everybody. If you had to fill in this form, what would your answer to this be? You'd pick safe. Okay. Safety above all else, but safety with terms of freedom. Ah, no. You get one of them. You don't get to mix them all. It is 100% a trick question. It's picking which one you want, but it comes at the cost of the other three. Like, to me, all of these are important, but I think because I'm autistic, equality comes quite high up the list for me. How far do they mean to go is safe? No, they're not asking. No, that's not part of the question. Which one do you think is most important? That's it. No further thought. No, I just call myself Captain Autism for fun, Tay. I am going to pick equal. No, I'm not. I'm going to pick free. And then sign my name. I thought it was just the brand of this. Wow. Day 6. A family matter. It's late. Sam and the kids have gone to bed. You're just drying up a favourite coffee cup, a worn-out souvenir of your first trip together. The print's faded, but the goofy face still makes you smile. A knock at the window brings you back to reality. There in the garden, clutching a gaudy neon green suitcase, is Chris, Sam's sibling. As soon as you let them in, they sit at the table, visibly stressed. Chris takes a deep breath. I'm so sorry for bursting in so late, Alex, Chris stammers, but I need a favour and you're the only one I can ask. No problem, what's going on? Are you okay? Should I go get Sam? I mean, they've only just come to me. So... Day 6, you've been shot by the government. Sure, no problem. What's going on? You must have seen all this crazy advanced stuff. The Assets and Wealth Act, they're calling it. Taking people's hard-earned money to fund the lazy. It's bullshit. You've never seen Chris this agitated. Oh, no. Sam's siblings are Tory. I'm not saying the top 1% or whatever don't have stupid money, Chris adds hastily, but they can afford it. People like me, we're going to lose everything. That's awful, but I'm not sure how I can help. You're always the well-off one in the family. I'm sorry, but taking from the rich to help the poor doesn't sound so bad. This is tricky. This is very tricky. Like, do we want to go... Well, what do we think, people? Option 1 or option 2? Dagger says option 1. Tay says option 1. IRL would say 1, but the gremlin in you wants 2. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of 1s, so I'm going to go for 1. Okay. If enough people say they want to go gremlin mode, I'll pick 2. So for those of you who want to go Chaos Gremlin, say aye. Let's go Demon mode. Okay, that's 1. 2. Tay refuses to take a side. Okay. Just because I think it'll be more entertaining, I will pick 2. Chris's eyes flash dangerously. Can't possibly be that naive. They're taking whatever they want and distributing as they see fit. No government should have that kind of power. Look, that's not why I'm here. I need to borrow your passport. You fucking what, mate? You fucking what? No! Use your own sodding passport. Oh, you've had your passport confiscated, haven't you? Oh, no. I'm going to pick option 2 because that's what I would do IRL. I've taken mine in half the bloody countries, but people always say you and I look similar, so... Chris is pacing now. I need to leave before it's too late. Once I'm out, me and my money will be safe. But I need to go now before they freeze my accounts. Please, Alex, I wouldn't ask if I had any other choice. That is a violently green suitcase. I knew tax is bad, but also, while I'm here, give me all your identifying documents. Do we want to do this? Yeah, no, I wouldn't do this. Surely there's another way. It can't be that serious. His mouth falls open. You're joking, right? I've always done right by you and Sam. I've treated your children like they were own. We're family. Does that mean nothing to you? Oh, fuck you. Don't you go pulling that shit on me. You've got no idea what you're asking with this. I mean, if you do this, you're stranded here, and it seems to be after personal benefits not helping you at all. Yeah, exactly. Like, what do I get out of this? Right, do we... Right. Because odds are, if he gets caught, I then have to be like, nah, mate, I didn't know he had my passport. He must have stolen it. Like, you're basically asking me to commit a crime and then shop you if you get caught. Yeah, nah. We're not doing it. It's against the law. I can't help you with this. Fine, I solved this myself, Chris spits. So much for family loyalty, eh? Grabbing the nigh-on fluorescent suitcase, Chris disappears into the night. You go back to the dishes, picking up Sam's cup again. The peeling face now seems to bore into you. The knot in your stomach tightens. Yeah, like, it's a lose-lose situation. I got an achievement called Screw the 1%. Keep your passport. Only treat your children as his own to possibly get something in the future. Yeah, exactly. Like, don't go pulling that kind of thing. That's manipulation, and I don't respond well to that. Day 8, the fallout. Oh, here we go. We're back. Oh, hello. Swear to God if this is you, Dave.
Alright, mate. It's Dave.
Fucking Dave.
Let's get set up and get on with it, eh? So I can get back to my guests. First of all, let's get the power on.
I thought you'd quit. Where the fuck are you? Do the VOD save on your channel. They do. I'm also streaming this to YouTube, so it'll be VODed there too.
You need to get at least the bottom 4 plugs on. Right, let's load up the adverts. You might want to have a bit of a think about it. Your decisions have consequences, don't they?
The fuck are you saying, Dave? Right. Well, Carly, before you head off, do you want to help us pick the adverts? Ooh. You guys see the post-it note, right? It's... Is anybody else getting the wet paint vibe? Yes, there's also a promotion for Advance, the government. Okay, team, do we want to be a government mouthpiece? That's kind of the question we're going to be asking ourselves here. Do we want to be a government mouthpiece? Alan James is coming soon to a medium-sized hall near you. Okay. Crazy Neil's festive Yuletide ornament spectacular. Jus de cochon, an elegant new skin cream with a porky little twist. What? End with Neil. Okay. So... Fuck the government, we go anarchy. Okay, cool. All right. So, Tay says, do the toy ad, then the advance ad, and then Crazy Neil. But also, Porky Skin Cream. We don't have to promote the government. Porky Skin Cream. I mean, let's think of it this way. Introducing Advance's Go-Getters Teen Team. Oh no, this is propaganda. This is a propaganda tape. But do they know about a bacon face cream? Exactly, right. Bacon face cream it is. Sorry. Carly's just sold it to me. We won't play the propaganda, but we'll have a propaganda at Jus de Couchon. Nice one, Tay. Right.
Right, you can see they finally got the old headline system up and working again, and the vision mixer's already in headline mode because headlines always come at the start. It's really simple, mate. These two buttons at the bottom of the vision mixer, you can see they now have A and B on them, and they're to help you pick image A on the left bottom screen here, or image B on the right bottom screen here. It's really simple. This little clock here will count down the number of seconds you have to make your decision. Provided you make a decision in that time, you're fine. And you can change your mind as much as you want until the clock reaches 0. But if you don't make any decision, you'll be fired before you even get to make another choice.
Right. I want to stop Dave there. What this means is we have a way to influence public opinion here. So I've seen a little bit at the beginning of this game, and this headline function that that Dave's talking about, it presents you with two images that will sort of impact how the public perceives certain parties. So that could be interesting. Yes. I'm going to let that stew for a moment. Give me a couple seconds. I know I keep bouncing to and fro, but I've got a PC doing an image at the moment, and I need to check in on it every now and then. BRB. We can get the people against the government. Sounds kind of French, not gonna lie. I'm down for that. I mean, viva la révolution! I'm very, very sorry. But I do mean it. Viva la révolution. Let's get going.
I just want to say one more thing, mate. The pictures you choose to show of these people, well, that's how the public is going to perceive them, and that's going to affect their lives. So, like with the adverts, choose carefully.
No,
and we're off. Good luck, mate. If I get time, I'll call you back in the next break. Yeah, I'm coming, darling.
My friend Janet says theirs gets really hot.
Is this Janet who thinks dogs have their own secret language?
Yeah, the one that mistrusts the moon.
10 seconds.
Wait, what do you mean mistrust the moon?
Consumer advice then?
Don't blame me when it explodes.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Time to go over to Jeremy Donaldson for tonight's.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight. Destination unknown. At the end of Advance's first full week in office, we ask exactly who's leading this charge. Tonight, I'll be discussing what the new future might hold with a leading economist and radical free thinker. With the country's wealth creators in a state of panic and unfavourable rumblings already heard from overseas, I'll be asking my guests whether Advance can deliver on even a fraction of their manifesto promises. Out with the old, Rimington's Fist have appointed Sophia Rimington as their new CEO. The following photo, taken from our archive, gives us a sense of this influential young firebrand who, at the tender age of 23, becomes the youngest female CEO in history. Sophia Rimington's appointment is a risk for the giant mega corporation. Sophia, as our regular viewers will be aware, has always been a wild child and has been romantically linked to several movie stars and sports personalities.
I had to.
In her first press conference this afternoon, Sophia announced a children's toy named Mr. Snugglehugs. Sophia promises it'll be all the rage this Christmas, but concerns have been raised about the product's safety. Making a splash. Intrepid scientist Dr. David Wong and marine biologist Ingrid Swarsborgen-Horgensford have today set off to explore Dante's taint. The recently discovered cave system was previously thought unreachable, but thanks to a new breakthrough in underwater flower technology, the pair hope to successfully reach the imposing central cavern and the undiscovered plant species it contains. This is, of course, only the latest in a series of successful expeditions for this unlikely pairing. In a joint statement about the dangers their team might face, the pair stated, "We will face the plentiful challenges together like we always have." Playing the field.
Oh, we got more there's loads of headlines today.
Johnny Hamsleeves is snapped leaving Bush, one of the capital's hottest clubs. The footballer was caught while out celebrating being named Sports Personality of the Year last week, as reported.
Yeah, way ahead of you, Dagger.
And judging from the angle and velocity of that spray, it looks like Johnny may have been celebrating a little bit too much. I certainly wouldn't want to be his dry cleaner.
There's like voice lines for each individual headline.
With Advance promising a radical new position on crime, how afraid should we actually be? I'll be going live around the country to talk with people who've seen the criminal justice system from every perspective. With more and more powers passing to the police and less oversight, are we using an Advance-shaped sledgehammer to crack a nut? All that and Megan Wolf with a group of young actors already experiencing the positive side of the new Assets and Wealth Act firsthand. They'll be talking and performing later. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
I timed that well. Oh, what's going on? Got some interference. Hey, good. We're all right.
In the wake of the government's swift enactment of the Assets and Wealth Act, we're talking about Advance's first week in office and what the new future holds.
All right, ready on the wide?
Katie Brightman, a leading economist, and Alan James, author of Alan James is Right, The Free Man's Guide to Waking Up. Alan, the government certainly haven't dragged their heels on delivering some of the legislation they promised. But what does the Wealth Act mean for us?
Nothing, Jeremy. We're still vassal slaves, we're just in prettier cages.
A confident dismissal there. Katie Brightman, do you agree?
I'm afraid I don't, no. I think that Advance have realised that the current economic system of unlimited, unending growth is untenable, so they're changing things up.
There I agree with you. They're moving to the next steps in the grand plan.
Grand plan, Alan?
It's all in my book. Alan James is right, Jeremy. We're to become the great herd, ignorant, sterile, and short-lived. That's what they want.
Or perhaps Advance have just realised that if we carry on the way we are, we will destroy ourselves and this planet in a mad orgy of consumption, if you'll excuse the colourful metaphor.
Yes, orgy is the right word. Only it'll be the overlords having an orgy on our poor broken backs. It's all in my book. Alan James is...
Shamelessly self-promoting? Katie, how do you think the rest of the world will respond to this new approach?
Good call out.
They're watching carefully. Advance are the most disruptive
Well done,
threats
Jeremy.
that the world powers have faced since the last Great War.
Yes, Katie's right. War is inevitable.
Thank you, but that isn't
And
what's
this will not be a war like we've ever seen before. We're talking millions of deaths. We're talking high-tech weapons that can level entire cities. We're talking...
Out of the wrong orifices?
Mock me all you like, Jeremy, but when they murder your parents and they poison your food and they take you away to their camps for hypno-brainwashing, we'll be laughing then.
That might be a great way
Don't
to
you
tell
threaten
people
some
that
people with a good
you know
time.
Well, that isn't going to happen in a democracy.
Democracy is dead.
Yes, advance are radical, and change is always frightening, but the truth is that the Wealth and Assets Act has made more than 90% of the population wealthier and is on target to produce a permanent end to poverty.
Bollocks! What this young lady doesn't understand, Jeremy, is that these are the same people. Maybe they've rebranded, but it's all a little circus act to keep us from seeing the tyrant behind the curtain.
That's where you're wrong, Alan.
Oh, wow. I caught that well.
Like we've never seen before.
You say mobilise, I call it grooming. The grooming of an entire generation to walk happily into eternal bondage. They're like psychic paedophiles.
But based on the facts, Katie, what are your predictions?
The Assets and Wealth Act is only the first step. Advance now have a historic budgetary surplus, and as well as properly funding our public services, they're already funneling unprecedented amounts into scientific research and the arts.
Or, as I call them in my book, Frankenscience and opiates. Like opiates, see?
Can we get back to the issue at hand, please, Alan?
This is the issue. It's all coming from the water, the chemicals. They're pumping it full of belief juice.
Don't get me wrong, I want to see these changes, but only if they're sustainable. If Advance lose their power after spending half of our GDP on dismantling infrastructure, that could be catastrophic.
The catastrophe is that they're succeeding. They've got us sat here talking about their puppet show.
All right, we're running out of time. Quickly, Alan.
30 seconds.
A bleak space where we've all been figuratively sodomized into submission.
Jesus Christ, calm down.
Be on the eve of a brave new world. God knows we need some change, but we need to be cautious. Let's walk forwards with our eyes open.
Two very different visions of the future there. Alan James, Katie Brightman, thank you for joining me. When we come back, I'll be investigating law and order before Megan meets some beneficiaries of the Assets and Wealth Act. That's all coming up tonight on the National Nightly News.
1 minute back.
Almost forgot to hit the ad.
They might do some good.
I hope so too, Jeremy.
How much are you being paid by them then?
Hang on.
You can strengthen your face. We believe your skin deserves the best.
It's bacon. Bacon skin cream.
From your skin. The high salt content actually pulls the dihydrogen monoxide right from your pores to give you the crisp, brittle skin.
Absolutely fucking fine, I tell you.
Oh, God.
How's it going? Actually, fuck it, I don't care. I hate the fucking news. Oh, bloody hell, I love this tune, though. All right, mate, see you later. Bye.
7 out of 10 dentists would recommend it.
10 seconds, everybody.
Well, we'll have to check that advert out later.
3.
Right, we're back.
Welcome back. In our second
Oh,
segment,
no.
we're going to be taking a deep dive into the state of law and order in our country. Advance have already tasked what they are calling a solutions team to move this serious social problem to the top of the list. Tonight, we go behind the headlines to meet the people who live with the criminal justice system every day of their...
Right, got a phone call, guys. 1 sec. The right way to beat a tyrannical government is to beat them by playing their game and using the rules against them. Yeah, the guy they just had on, like, does he not sound like every grifter you've ever heard? It's unreal. But yeah, sorry about that. That was my soon-to-be father-in-law. I'm helping him with his computer. So I have to pop back out in, like, 15 minutes to check on it. Right, let's get back on this.
First up, we have Gregory Judge, a lawyer who sees the problems close up on the front line. Can you hear me, Gregory?
Yes, I've got you, Jeremy. Thanks for having me.
What's it like on the front line of the hard face with the cold hand of justice?
Well, as you can imagine, Jeremy, we are massively understaffed in this country. We're working every hour we can just to try and cope with the caseloads on our desk.
Which must affect the quality of support you can offer.
Well, we can barely keep up with demand, Jeremy.
Uh-oh.
There just simply isn't enough being done at a systemic level to relieve the problem. We need more support from ministers. We need more support from ministers. What are you doing? We need change at a structural level,
I'm
Jeremy.
leaving, Greg.
Not a good time, darling.
It never is it? I'll be at my mother's.
Just hang on. No, the problem isn't a local one, Jeremy. It's nationwide. Just give me 5 minutes. I'm talking to Jeremy Thompson.
Oh, have you mentioned your affairs?
No. Well, the affairs of the Justice Department that we should be concerned about.
Hello, Mr. Donaldson.
Hello, Mrs. Judge.
We need legislation to relieve the pressure on our public
Sorry
servants.
to interrupt the news, Mr. Donaldson. Can I have a moment to tell my husband I'm leaving?
Yes, I totally understand. Quite the picture of a burning legal sector there. Gregory Judge, thank you for joining us. Next, I'm joined by Police Chief Constable Bob Peel, a man with a very different perspective on our nation's crime. Do you think there's a problem with the system, Bob?
I'm sure we all do, Jeremy. I am sure we all long for a return to the days when you could safely walk the streets of your community at night, looking in through windows and generally enjoying your neighbours without the risk of being terrorised by some thug with a knife or cosh.
So you feel the streets simply aren't safe anymore? Where have we gone wrong, Bob?
Well, that's not a simple question, Jeremy, but I think it all comes down to moral decay. We've diluted our culture.
Oh, I've got to hold on to the signal.
What it means to be a citizen of this once great country. Also, as the vicar noted in Sunday's sermon, we probably should
There we go.
hanging.
And to what do you attribute
Bloody
this
Nora.
moral decay?
Foreigners, gays and gypsies mainly.
Oh,
It's all
you
in the Bible.
twat.
Leviticus clearly states that...
Oh, ignore the gimp.
Hang on a moment. Jeremy, you bloody gimps escaped. Delia, could you give me a little help, please, dear? As I was saying, Jesus didn't like immigrants much, did he?
And just to be clear, you think it's the immigrants who are responsible for the moral decay?
Absolutely, Jeremy. Back in your box, Clive. Back in your box. Delia, I really could use a little help with this.
I'm sorry, darling. I was spaying the badgers.
Yes, I'm talking to Jeremy Donaldson. Clive, could you put him back in the box?
Clive, you know it's Wednesday. You go back in your gimp space.
And whose responsibility is it to make a change, Bob?
Well, it is certainly not the responsibility of the decent, good, white people of
Darling,
this...
where's the padlock?
Oh, hold on just a moment.
Oh, Clive, this simply won't do. Naughty, naughty, naughty boy. Mummy said...
Clive, I am not having this again.
Mummy said, get back in your gimp space. No! Naughty, you beast, Clive.
As I was saying, Jeremy, moral decay. Crime is the responsibility of the criminal, no one else. Look, everyone has a sob story, but we don't all end up as barbarians.
I do love how they're sort of juxtaposing the hypocrisy here.
Does she go on a killing spree? No, she takes 3 of the pills and hides under the stairs like a normal child.
Thank you, Bob. Bob Peel there, really locking down the police's position on morality for us. And finally tonight, hopefully uninterrupted, it's time to get to the heart of the matter. Tony Dawson has recently been released from prison after serving 3 years for aggravated assault, burglary and menacing a swan. He's agreed to...
Menacing a swan?
Also, I believe, his birthday. Many happy returns, Tony.
Cheers, Jez. Call me Titwank, Tony. Everybody else does.
No, I'm not going to be doing that. Can you tell us what it's like in prison, Tony?
Titwank, Tony. Prison's a mixed bag. Structure's quite nice, but it's a constant battle against institutionalisation, as you can imagine. And obviously, titwanks are quite hard to come by.
I'm picking up that you're not alone there, Tony.
Damn it.
Titwank, Tony. Yeah, sorry, my friend. A surprise party. Good bunch of lads.
Okay, well, we're trying to let you get back to that party as soon as possible. First, let me ask you this. Do you feel that your time spent in prison helped to rehabilitate you in any way, Tony?
Tit wank Tony. I don't think it's as easy as that, Jez.
Sopen!
I think asking that is an oversimplification.
It sounds like it's getting quite busy there, Tony, but let's try and soldier on. Since leaving custody, have you been able to find a new job?
Yeah, all the boys are here. Big Chris, Little Chris, and Vampire Chris.
This one's, yeah?
Yep.
One sec, love. Tony's on the news. Rehabilitation's difficult with the current system, Jez. Just not set up for it, you know? It's inherently unjust.
So, do you feel tempted to... I'm sorry, who's this now?
You are joking. Chrissy Free Bollocks has only got Mr. Fancy, oh. Not now, fellas, I'm on the news.
It seems like we've caught you at a bad time.
Little boy.
Oh, I can't really hear you, mate. It's getting a bit busy here. Jesus.
Yes, we seem to be losing the signal here, Tony.
Fucking way, lad.
Well, we're just trying to get that signal back. I think we... Yes, Tony? Tony, I mean, we were literally away for 2 seconds.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Well, we seem to have lost our train of thought there a little. Hopefully you, the viewer at home, have managed to gain a broader understanding of the serious and complex issues around law and order. After the break, Megan will be live with some plucky young thespians. Don't go away. We'll be back.
I just got on.
Mate, I ain't got long and I'm quite drunk. It's been a great night. In this next section, there's a bit of music. If you edit in time with the music, you can see the result on the Vision Mixer, and the public will love that. Don't worry if you don't, though. You won't get punished for it or nothing. Just try and stay in the groove. Also, one last tip. When the music starts, turn down the broadcast volume. Right, enjoy the music bit. God, I love music. God, I'm so pissed. I think I might go and throw up in a bit.
Fuck you, Dave.
One. That's right, little one. You don't want to be left out. Oh, Mr. Snugglehugs, you're so silly. Mr. Snugglehugs in stores now and selling out fast.
Welcome's Black. I'm Megan Wolfe, and on tonight's Culture Spot, I'll be chatting with one of the first beneficiaries of the Assets and Wealth Act, a team of inspiring young people from Scritchford Sixth Form College, who today received a grant from Advance to take their play, Hey, Friendship, on a tour of local secondary schools. Welcome to you all. Well, let's start with you two, Harriet and Charlotte Winstanley-Hamilton. Girls, you must be thrilled.
We are, Megan. We're overwhelmed, to be honest.
And I believe you two are sisters, is that right?
Yes, Charlotte's my oldest.
crikey.
I'm the older, more popular one. Only joking.
Harriet and Trey were really the ones who came up with the whole idea.
So, Harry and I were shooting the breeze in the cafeteria, and I said, hey, let's actually do something.
So I went to look for a drama teacher.
But she'd been laid off due to budget cuts. Fortunately, I directed a pantomime when I was at university, so I knew the ropes, as it were.
Right, yes, but you're the maths teacher, aren't you?
Yes, that's me, Jeff Algebra, maths teacher.
Jeff Algebra.
Oh, thanks, Steve. Maths is really important. Yeah, thanks, Steve.
As is theatre. It's one of the oldest art forms in history, Aristotle.
I just think that when we travel around all these problem schools and the poor kids see us, they say, hey, I really want to be like those attractive kids. And that's a very beautiful and powerful thing.
Nothing
we
now.
touch our audiences and they touch us right back.
I suppose with a surname like Algebra, there was really only one choice of career for me. My wife, Angela, and I, we often laugh
Angela Algebra.
Angela Algebra.
Yes.
We just want to bring a bit of song and joy into people's lives.
And teach people about the difficult issues. The issues in the play are what really matter.
And I think you're going to be showing us an extract from this
Oh
play.
boy, here we go, team.
That's right. To put into context, I play a young first year who's having some troubles at school.
Her character doesn't actually have a name, yeah, because in a way she's like all of us.
It's like a metaphor. Maybe she's you at home, or like, maybe she's you, Megan.
Maths is really important.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Put it in, coach.
Yes, thanks, Steve.
Right, well, I'm going to have a little chat with your teacher while you run off and get ready. I can't wait to see it. That's it, that way. So, Jeff, when did you first hear about the grant?
2 days ago, a letter from Advance arrived at the school. Now, the headmaster thought it was all a prank, but his secretary retrieved it from his bin and brought it to me.
Wow, how did you react?
I also threw it in the bin. And Trey rescued it, and they rang the number at the bottom of the page, and next thing you know, we're on tour.
Wow. Well, I think we can all guess which way you'll be voting from now on.
Do you know what? It's funny because Angela and I don't usually vote. We're not very political. I'm a mathematician, of course, and she's a paraplegic mainly. But we did used to watch that Peter Clements DIY show back in the day. And so we thought, why not? Let's have a go with this whole democracy thing.
Okay.
And here we bally well are.
Good stuff.
Fucking brilliant.
So, let's have a look at a short section of Hey, Friendship.
Here we go. Gonna have to cut in time to the music here.
Dear Diary, I'm not sure I can take another day at this school. Another day of tears. Tears. Another day of fears. But still I walk the corridors alone. Dreading what might be around every corner.
What's around the corner? What's around the corner? What's around the corner?
Oh, hi Gary.
Oh heavens no! It's Gary the Fist!
Gary the Fist!
Going somewhere, little first year?
Great. I've been looking for some poor victim to bully all morning. But will this make me feel better about my violent father?
God.
Excuse me, I'm late for maths. It's my favourite subject. And so important.
Maths is for losers.
What?
Maths is for losers.
My arm's stuck, coach.
Keep going, for fuck's sake.
Right. Maths is for losers. Now, give me your lunch money.
Double lunch for me today, but why am I only truly happy when I'm eating?
Not today, Gary the Fist.
What do you mean not today? Who are you? My arm's free, coach.
Brilliant, keep going.
Right. Who are you to stand up to me? I'm Gary the Fist. And you're just a sad little girl with 2 gay dads. Who's
Wow.
all alone.
That's where you're wrong, Gary the Fist. These are my 2 new friends. Vanessa is captain of the netball team. Yeah. And Blake owns a motorbike.
Yeah.
But I can't fight all 3 of you. And I don't have any friends of my own.
Uh-oh.
Take a look at me. Take a little look at my face. I could be you. She could be you.
Whoops.
And you could be me.
Or you could be me.
Life can be peachy keen if you work as a team.
It's my choice to remain. So stop now, make a different choice.
Listen to that inner voice.
Hey, listen up, I won't take
Oh,
no
God.
crap. Who said middle class girls can't rap? I ain't afraid of your cruel lads. I'm a mother-loving rebel, but I still love maths.
This is pain.
Hey, kids, I'm Gary the Fist. People think that folks like me probably shouldn't exist. But that's just prejudice, and I'd do better if you knew the way that I became Gary the Fist. I grew up on a council estate. The park was hip, but the flats weren't.
Apparently I maxed out the boost on rhythm. That's pretty good.
Drunk and guess life's pretty hard on a
The levels of parody in this are just unreal.
Life's pretty hard on a council estate. 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 It's so damn hard on a council estate.
Life can be peachy keen.
Yeah.
If you work as a team.
Oh, Jeremy's on camera again.
It's your choice to be me.
It's my choice.
So stop now.
Make a different choice.
Listen to that inner voice.
Friendship!
Yes! Oh.
Well, thankfully that's all we have time for tonight on the National Nightly News. Join us tomorrow night for all the headlines from across the country. My name's Jeremy Donaldson. Have a peaceful night.
And we're out.
Oh, that was brilliant.
Oh, I might have hit the ad too
What
soon.
the literal fuck was that?
I believe that was art.
That
I
was
believe
terrible.
That was a 14-inch cock, but it doesn't make it so.
I have a similar belief about an adequate paycheck.
Oh, someone please get these twats out of my studio.
Oh, that was pain. That was actual pain. Oh, I got an A+. Oh, wow. I smashed that one. I've received a generous bonus. I'm still broke ass poor, but I got a generous bonus. But the government aren't too happy with me, which is fine. Bosses are pleased. Right, I have to see this advert.
Kids, you love them, we love them, and they just love
Mr. Snugglehug! Yeah!
with his state-of-the-art human-like voice to keep them company when you can't.
If you keep me happy, I'll keep you safe.
And his incredible real-action eyes.
I hope your mummy and daddy don't die in a fire. That would be bad.
It's no
Bloody
wonder
Nora.
Mr. Snugglehugs is the gift your child wants this Christmas.
All the other kids have got one.
That's right, little one. You don't want to be left out.
I only like people who have me as their friend.
Oh, Mr. Snugglehugs, you're so silly. Mr. Snugglehugs in stores now and selling out fast.
Yeah, it does have Furby energy to it, doesn't it? Oh, God. Do you know what the... Do you know the thing that weirds me out? Not weirds me out per se, but the bit that impresses me the most? Somebody wrote this and they shot it, and they actually baked in the cheesiness to it. It's utterly unreal. Right. I need to go sort out my... I need to go check on this PC. Back in a minute. Right, the PC has finished imaging, so I am going to have to disappear for a moment just to kick the re-image off, and then I'll be back. apologies for the patchiness of all this at the moment. I'm just trying to get this PC sorted out because it's been giving me a fair bit of grief. Right. Luckily, I'll be able to trim this all down on YouTube just to get rid of all the dead air, but yeah, I'm just waiting for the imaging software to finish allocating space, then I can kick it off, then I can come back, and hopefully everything will all work properly. But yeah, I'm sort of... what's the word I'm thinking of? I'm hesitant to get stuck in because it will just make this whole process take longer, so I'm hoping that once it's done, I should be able to kick it off, and then all I need to do is put the PC back together, and then I'm sorted. So, yeah, stick with me. I'll be back in a while. Right, folks, the recovery is running. So now we can get going. Let's start the next bit of the game, shall we? So what's happening next? What's happening in our personal lives now? Day 15. A late night. You arrive home after another long shift to find a note waiting for you on the countertop. You recognise Sam's hurried scrawl. Chris has been evicted for not paying rent. You know where this is headed. Sam's gone to pick up Chris's stuff from the street. Don't wait up, underlined twice. So this is your fault now, is it? You sulkily press play on a cheap horror film you're going to watch together. Used to absolutely terrify you as a kid, but always makes the two of you laugh. Not the same without Sam, but you chuckle to yourself occasionally. Just as you get to the good bit, the part where Candy decides to investigate alone, your 14-year-old son interrupts. He wants to go to a friend's house. He looks at you in a way only a child can, pleading but somehow defiant. Do we want to let our kid out let the kid out? Wants to go to a friend's house. You let him go as long as he promises to be home by 11. You tell Charlie no. He knows he's not allowed out this late on a school night. What are we thinking here, team? It is a school night. But the kid is also 14 and we want to give him some independence. And as long as he is home by 11 and we can trust him to that agreement, then I don't see why not. You don't believe the kid. I mean, he is being vague. He is being somewhat vague. What do we think, team? What do we think? I think I'm going to say no. You want to let him go? Oh, hey, DSJ. 1 sec, I will go fuss the boy. 2 votes to let the kid go. All right, so I guess we're going to let the kid go. All right, let's try it. You let him go as long as he promises to be home by 11. And if he violates that trust, it won't happen again. Clearly surprised, he practically races out the door. Uh-oh. Clearly surprised, he practically races out the door. You doze in front of the movie, waiting up for his return. You start awake to the sound of TV static. It's gone midnight, and there's no sign of Charlie or Sam. Right. It's a school night and he promised, so you go over there and march him home. You're tired and in a bad mood. You trust Charlie, he'll be home soon. How do we want to handle this? He did promise. And he's over an hour late. Yeah, I'm going to say we go get him. Arriving at the friend's house, you find your son, who miraculously notices the time when he sees you. He may think you were born yesterday, but at least he apologizes. That's something. You recognize that cheeky, mischievous look. You can't help but let him off this time. Okay, he apologized at least. We'll give the kid that. Oh, big old time jump here. Day 48, a tight Christmas. Can't help but crack a smile as you look around the table. The snow has settled on the grass outside. The kids are pulling a cracker while your elderly mother tries to keep her eyes open. You always did have a soft spot for Christmas. You're sitting at the head of the table now, your dad's place. Aww. It's been a tense afternoon. Everyone can feel it. It's the first time you've seen Chris since you refused to part with your passport. It's a big change for Sam. The 2 siblings used to be inseparable. Christmas is usually such a nice time of the year. The clatter of cutlery is all that can be heard as Chris stares pointedly at you. Are you having a nice Christmas, Grandma? You make a toast, you stay silent. Okay, so Chris is going to be a petulant child about this. Do you know what? I would have a conversation with Grandma. I'm gonna have a chat with Grandma. The mother stares vacantly at you, confused. She comes back to herself with a start of recognition. Yes, thank you, Alex. It's lovely. It's been happening more and more lately. Oh, now that just makes me sad. Oh no. It's corralling us. Do we make a toast or do we stay silent? Make a toast. Are you going full Chaos Gremlin mode again, JSR? Is that what's going on here? My grandma would say to eat my veggies. I can hear my grandma's voice now. Oh, yes, I'm having a lovely time. Oh, bless. Yeah, go on then. Let's make a toast. Stand and raise your glass. Merry Christmas, everyone. I'm glad we're all here. There are murmurs of cheers and much clinking of glasses. Chris doesn't move. Yeah, we're all here, no thanks to you. Chris, sighs Sam. Come on now, it's Christmas. Can't we put that behind us? Go with 2. Sam's right. Let's try and enjoy ourselves. Are we going to try and take the diplomatic approach, or are we going to side with our wife and try the diplomatic approach, or are we going to choose violence? Bear in mind it is Christmas, so I personally would like to try and take the diplomatic approach. Therefore, if they blow up, it's not our fault. Yeah, Sam's right. Let's try and enjoy ourselves. Chris turns away from you, taking some frustration out on a cheap cut of roast chicken. Your daughter Susie seizes the opportunity to corner you. You know how you love me? Oh, God. I know that feeling. You chuckle. This sounds familiar. I'm not going to like this, am I, you joke? Susie rolls her eyes. You know, me and my friends are planning on going travelling this year, Susie begins innocently. Well, I was hoping you'd help me with the money. She's interrupted by Chris, who makes a derisive snort. I wouldn't hold your breath, Suze. Not known for your generosity, are you, Alex? I'm going to ignore Chris. You smile at your daughter. We'll see so many parts of the world and learn so much about other cultures, Susie gushes. You sigh and lower your voice. You know, money is really tight now that Grandma's staying here. We just don't have that kind of money, Suze. Please, Harriet's parents are helping her. I'm sorry, I wish we could afford it, but we can't. Alright, fine. We'll find a way to make it work. Thing is, she's 19. This is a fantastic point in her life to go adventuring. I would want to give that kind of an opportunity, but money's tight. Do we try and find a way to make it work? Do we... Yeah, she's 19, the other kid's 14. It said, it told us earlier on. So, do we give it a shot? Do we try and make it work, or do we just outright say no? I get the feeling that getting her out of the country might also be a good idea. Yeah, I get that vibe too. I really get that vibe too. All right, let's try and find a way to make it work. I'm a sucker, all right? That's a bit metagamey if that matters. I mean, yeah, let's try and make it work. Oh, we got an achievement for that. Susie's grin stretches ear to ear. You mean it? That's so great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She hugs you tight before pulling a cracker with her little brother. Their grandma watches them proudly. You try not to think about how you're going to find the money for the trip. Merry Christmas, sweetheart, is all you can say. Aww. Sometime later. Oh, hello. I've just had an old work colleague tune in over YouTube. We're all missing you at the killer table right now. As the Killer King, we want to know what happens when someone gets to 6 lives. Wasn't the ruling on Killer that if you reach 6 lives, you just win? Because, like, the odds of you dropping down are astronomical. Lovely to hear from you, Witters. You're leafing through the pile of accumulated post. Each new bill pulls on your gut like a lead weight until a flash of blue makes you pause. Recognising the teal Advance logo on the envelope, you tear it open. Dear Winston residents, thank you for sending us your passports for approval. We can now confirm their receipt and validation for the new Assets and Wealth Redemption Scheme. Hopefully this will make the last month of arguments with Sam worth it. Ooh. As such, it's our pleasure to enclose a cheque which we hope you will see as a symbol not only of our gratitude to you, but for our unwavering commitment to creating a society free of inequality. Robbing of your fresh, speed-induced paper cut is the only reason you can believe you're awake. A cheque, and a sizable one at that. Current wealth, what is money? We've gone up. We're no longer broke-ass poor. Chris was right. Advance really are redistributing wealth. We'll continue to strive for the betterment of this nation and its people. Forwards together, Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement. The weight of your financial burden lessens slightly. It's bliss. Ooh. You have to see what happens here. Day 72, a long weekend. Current wealth comfortable! Why does the zip on this damn case never close? Thanks for the clarification. We just had someone on 5 lives. Hope you're well. I am indeed, Witters. Do say hello to everybody for me. And who's on 5 Lives, out of curiosity? Why does the zip on this damn case never close? It's your anniversary. Every year you and Sam go away for the weekend, usually camping. You're not made of money. You've been looking forward to it for ages, finally getting some time alone where you can forget about the noise of life. No kids, no work, just a bit of romance, some peace and quiet. The zip finally gives up the battle and you drag the bulging suitcase down the stairs. The answering machine is blinking on the hall table. Good evening, Alex. This is Mr. Boseman. I'm calling to inform you that you'll be required to work this weekend. Your heart sinks. Some information has come to light concerning the rising tensions between our nation and foreign powers, and the National Nightly News team will be working around the clock to ensure we break the story first. Needless to say, I will expect your attendance tomorrow morning, 8 AM sharp. Have a pleasant evening, Alex. Shock turns to annoyance, then fury. What are you going to tell Sam? Sam comes downstairs brimming with excitement. Kissing you, they grab the car keys from the dish and start to load your bags into the car. Reese Burrells on 5 Lives went on to win in the end. Of course he did. Right. So I want you all on Twitch and YouTube to put yourself into this situation. You've planned a camping weekend for your anniversary with your spouse. You've just packed the suitcase. You're about to walk out the door and you've been told you need to work this weekend. Do you ignore the message or do you go into work? Because if you ignore the message, you can claim that that you were no longer at home when that message was sent. I'm seeing a lot of pointers regarding so ignoring the message and taking the vacation. What would you folks do? Do you know what? I'm going to let you guys... Well, I don't think I need to let you guys stew over this because I can already see what's going on. Can I save the game? No, I can't save the game, so we're kind of locked into our decisions here. We get... Absolutely, Witters, you can. Your lance, my liege. Witters, question for you while you're there. What would you do in this situation? Would you and your spouse have got a weekend away for your anniversary. As you're about to walk out the door, suitcase is being loaded into the car. You see an answer phone message, and the message is you need to work this weekend. Would you pretend not to see the message and claim you were already out of the house when you'd left, or would you go into work? What would you do, Witters? You also spent a month arguing, so this might make up for that. That's also very true. Have a think about it. I'm just going to go check this PC real quick. Oh. You've not seen the message. Okay. Witters is going with not seen the message. I think that makes this vote unanimous. We're going to ignore the message. Message deleted. What was that? Comes a voice from behind you. Nothing important. You reply as you put on your coat, adrenaline coursing through your body. Grabbing Sam around the waist, you practically slam the front door. You might as well enjoy your time off. You're going to pay for it on Monday. Day 75, an unwelcome return. Uh-oh. When you get to work on Monday morning, you get some sour looks from your exhausted colleagues. A note sits waiting for you. The immaculate script is blood red. I am very disappointed, Winston. Was it worth it? I'm going to say yes. A permission slip. Ooh. The son Charlie hovers at your elbow as you read. you find yourself striving to achieve? Are you an active member of the team? Do you like reaping the benefits of cooperation? Join the advanced go-getters today. Forwards together. Uh-oh. Guys, it's a political youth group. I'm somewhat concerned. This doesn't sound like the youth club you told you about. Charlie grabs the flyer from you and thrusts a form into your hand. So I can walk there straight from school and Ben's sister can drop us home after, so you won't have to do anything. Current wealth, not worrying every day. Somehow we're doing better. So we've already had one person in chat say, not worrying every day. Smells like radicalization to me. He's 14. His brain is still mush. I mean, to be fair, I'm nearly 31 and my brain is still mush. No worries, Witters. Say hi to everybody for me. And can you go ask Rob to beat Josh in his next pool match, please? Brain is soup. Good soup. Let's see. Okay. Here's how we can frame this. He broke his promise to be back home on time several months ago. Why should we reward him for bad behaviour? That is the parental response. Okay, we've parented our way out of this one. You refuse to sign the form. Sorry, mate, I just don't think this is the right place for you. You hand back the form gently. What? This is so unfair. Why? I know it seems that way, Charlie, but you'll understand soon enough. Three days later, a free ticket? There's no such thing. Oh no, it's Alan James. Alan James is right in front of you. Some guys at work gave them to me. They can't go. Sam stands in front of you brandishing 2 tickets. You see the title in bold letters. Alan James is right in front of you. I'm really unsure. What do you think? Shall we go? So, for those of you who were here earlier in the stream, Alan James is sort of like an anti-government matey, but he's using like terminology right out of like out of grifters' playbooks, and it's so. Ugh. Isn't this just radicalization on a different end, though? I mean, yeah, free night out, but still. Yeah, that's my thought process, JSR. Because, as the old saying goes, you are not immune to propaganda. And she's unsure. Wit has lost my stream. Hello, Flowbrox. How you doing? That's a shame. You guys haven't got me like on the TV in the other room, have you? Thinking about this like a game and not like a life sim, so I'm unsure how much this game would affect me if I were to play it. I mean, that's fair. I'm going to go down the nutjob route. I'm sorry, you say, but I can't sit through any more of his crap. Sam burst into fits of laughter. Thank God, I was worried you were going to say yes. You decided to say and eat pizza. Alan James had a good time. Oh, crap. Well, hi, everybody from company I used to work at. Hello, friends. Hope you're all having a lovely time. Welcome to Not for Broadcast, a reflection of my working career. Stay neutral. We got an achievement for that. Alison asked, what are you playing? This is not for broadcast. This is a game where we run a TV station covering the news, and how we handle the news has an impact on day to day. We're sort of in between broadcasts at the moment. After a particularly long day at work, you come home to find the post sorted into piles, as Sam has taken to doing recently. Most of it is the usual rubbish, but a letter with the increasingly familiar Advanced logo and urgent respond immediately plastered on the front in a correspondingly urgent red font grabs your attention. Uh-oh, best to get it over with. Dear Winston residents, this letter is to inform you that the Advanced government has taken another step forward in our fight for equality. They're going for equality, like based on what I answered earlier. By nationalising the largest private corporations and redistributing their resources among the citizens of this great country, the Partnership Bonds programme ensures that wealth created by the people is delivered to the people. You don't remember this being in the manifesto. Every household will become a partner in one of 3 carefully selected institutions chosen by Advance for consistent high performance and financial security. Uh-oh. Please note, all returns are based on public opinion and cannot be guaranteed. Please select one of the following. Eye of the Beholder Incorporated, whether it's cosmetics, clothing, see you later, clothing or couture, we see the beauty in all of our customers. Neil's Deals Limited, it's always a steal from Crazy Neil. Pleasure Corps, our business is your pleasure. From sport to travel or even just some you time, you can't say pleasure without leisure. Fuck, that's actually a really good slogan. Oh, that annoys me. Annoyingly, we have to choose one, don't we, people? I like Neil, but Pleasure Corps would get me IRL, not gonna lie. Yeah. Eye of the Beholder just sounds like a cult. Neil's Deals Limited sounds dodgy as hell. And Pleasure Corps just sounds like something else, but that, yeah. I think we're going to go with Pleasure Corps because, like, why not? Thank you for making your selection. Please return this form using the envelope provided. You will receive a report from your partnerships in 3 to 6 working months. It seems even Advance can't defeat the quagmire of governmental bureaucracy. The future of this nation is in partnership. Forwards together, Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement. How much influence could you have? This is starting to get concerning, isn't it? So we're like over a third of a year in to under Advance rule. Ah, here we go. Turn on hardcore mode for that stress-induced heart attack feeling. Oh no. Right. Is it Dave?
Good evening, Alex.
Oh!
It's Boozman here, your boss. While you're powering up and getting the adverts loaded, I thought I should just tell you that we've had one of those public information films from the government, and it's mandatory that you play it. You still have a free choice for the other 2, so read those tape labels carefully, but make sure you play the Advance advert, preferably at the second break. Right, that's the lot. Have a great show, total pimp. My God, that weather looks nasty.
Oh, we don't have a lot of time.
Steve, why are all men such pricks?
That one, eh?
Apparently he has a complicated relationship with his fish.
No. Sorry, are you saying he chose his imaginary friend in the sky over you?
I don't know why I talked to you.
You're probably just a really awful date.
I'm just going to have to go with it.
I said, all of you.
Did your personality accidentally slip out?
Pricks. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Dawson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Uncooperative. A mysterious symbol has appeared overnight on thousands of buildings throughout the capital.
Tonight, in an exclusive live interview with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, I'll be asking what this mysterious symbol might mean.
After 3 months of record-breaking approval ratings, could this be the daring first move of a silent resistance movement? And what would that mean as we go into the future?
We shall overcome. Trapped in Dante's taint for more than a month now, doctors Ingrid Svorsborg Horgensvoord and David Wong announced today that they're considering 2 possible options.
With 2 of the finest minds in science working together, hopes are still high for the eventual return of the team to dry land.
Oh, they're stuck underground.
To successfully fix their craft. The team seem likely to attempt to farm the cavern's ecosystem while they wait for rescue from above ground. I think I'll stick to risotto, Jeremy.
Bearing their opinions, the formerly rich are fighting back with a naked protest.
Our very own Robin Short was on hand earlier today when this new protest group first presented themselves.
Spokesman Wentworth Somerset Bentley.
I panicked. I had to choose one.
They might as well have the west of it too. And while it's easy
Does anybody know where the fuck Dave
we'll
is?
just be pondering how desperate the formerly rich are to regain their power.
Fallen angel? Notorious addict Johnny Hansleeve seems to have reached a new low in his battle with booze.
Oh.
As this recent picture reveals.
Johnny's star certainly lacks its former glow these days, with public concern over his mental and
No,
physical
he's
health
going to rehab.
growing at
I
a-
want this man to recover.
Let's hope that the team at the Gentle Touches Rehabilitation Centre can help Johnny get back to his former glory. Johnny's
I back
family
Johnny
will
to
have
recover.
privacy during this difficult
I
time.
back Johnny.
We'll have reporters at the clinic around the clock, so you don't.
You creeps!
Is his once celebrated role model about to become the bad boy of sports?
And radical ideas. In an attempt to put the Mr. Snugglehugs disaster behind them,
Uh-oh.
Remington's Fist CEO Sophia Remington today announced a surprising new project that already has the markets raising an eyebrow.
Known for taking risks and bold strategies, could the adventurous CEO be leading the business giant down a dark alley, or taking it to a new level of success?
The manufacturing giant promises that the Junior Employment Opportunity Scheme will not only increase employment but also productivity. But critics are speaking out against what they're calling.
Yeah, that clinic name was a
Being
thing.
marketed under the slogan "Lots of little hands to make lots of little things."
With that exclusive prime ministerial interview coming up later.
And our very own Patrick Bannon coming to you live from the first annual Sports Board final.
You won't want to miss a second of tonight's National Nightly News.
Oops, I think I went in a bit too early. Oh, signal's going naff. This is just to keep you from getting bored in the title sequences. I've realised this.
First tonight, after the Christmas horror caused by Mr. Snugglehugs, we have.
What was the Christmas horror? I have to know.
Poor 7-year-old Timmy Tadlock, like so many of those affected by the Christmas bloodbath, has spent the last 3 months undergoing a series of reconstructive facial surgeries.
What?
Last week, joyfully, he spoke for the first time since the tragedy. Tonight, he talks to us.
Before we go to the interview, however, this station would like to issue a full and frank apology for any part we may have played in the tragedy. We should never have advertised Mr. Snugglehugs. Without our publicity, the sheer scale of this tragedy, and now upwards of 8,000 casualties, might have been averted.
On behalf of the Nightly News team, we're sorry.
In future, we will do better.
Now it's over to Robin Short at the Tadlock family home. Robin?
Thank you, Megan. I'm here with Mr. and Mrs. Tadlock and their 7-year-old son, Timothy. Thanks for spending time with us today.
Yes, well, you're bloody lucky we're spending any time with you at all, after what you lot did. Irresponsible. I mean, whose idea was this anyway?
It's all right. Wasn't your fault. As you can see, Megan, there's still a few open wounds here. I'll tread carefully.
So you make a crack about open wounds.
Hello, Timmy. Can you see me?
Mummy, who's that lady?
It's the lady from television, Timothy.
She's going to ask you a few questions.
And you be careful now, it upsets him to remember.
Don't worry, Mr. Tadlock. I wasn't the youngest ever editor of the Swinstead Middle School Inquirer for no reason. So, Timmy, can you tell us what happened to you? You had just unwrapped Mr. Snugglehugs, hadn't you? Was he under the tree?
Yes, I could smell him already. He smelled like love.
Ah, yes, that'll be the fur. Scented with hoof.
What?
I was so excited.
Why are you advertising?
I gave him a big hug. He was so soft and warm, like our cat, before he got in the way of Daddy's Porsche.
Eesh.
And what did Mr. Snugglehugs say to you?
He blinked his real action eyes and said, "You're my very best friend. But I sure wish Mrs. Snugglehugs was here, and she can't be, for just $89.99.
Wow!
And then it's a general error. 41.
And is that when he burst into flames?
Careful.
What the?
Then he exploded.
Oh, look, I've asked you nicely.
And am I right in saying that one of his real action eyes is now permanently embedded in your cheek?
Yes. When I took him in at night, it glows through bandages. I know it's under there, staring at me.
Yeah, some of the other children have started calling him Timmy Three Eyes. And with his glasses, that's 5.
It's too many eyes, Robin.
And what's the last thing you remember before the darkness?
We the baddies.
He looked at me with his one eye and laughed. Laughed as he burned.
It sounds very traumatic. Do you have nightmares?
All right, that's quite
Do you?
enough of
Timmy?
you two
Timmy?
coming in here with your camera trying to make a buck out of our suffering. I won't have it.
Mr. Tadlock, just a couple more questions. Timmy, do you think you will ever be what we can call normal again?
Wow.
Oh, you've made him cry with all 3 of his eyes.
Calm down, you're Do you think your parents will ever...
I would sack this woman so fast.
So there you have it, Megan. Just one of the many victims of an indescribable tragedy that has shaken our nation.
I'm pleading, am I not?
Thank you, Robin. Harrowing stuff.
And many questions to be answered by Sophia Remington in the coming days and months, I'd wager. How will she turn this crisis around?
So, Jeremy, what are the warning signs a consumer should look out for when they're spotting a dangerous toy?
Well, Megan, experts advise to always check for the new Advance mark, which guarantee a level of safety and quality.
Yeah, can we just get a close-up on camera 3 here? So if we take a look at this National Nightly News mug, you should see the mark just on the base of it there.
In the wake of the scandal, the government were praised for their swift response in bringing in this set of stringent checks and new products.
It certainly is good to know that someone's watching out for our families. When we come back, our very own Patrick Bannon will be live from the Sports Board Finals. Stick around, you won't want to miss it.
We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back.
Yeah, so JSR's just made a comment of you were expecting it to get like this but thought it would ramp up slowly. That was so fucking quick and it's going to keep getting worse, isn't it? Okay, let's be reasonable here. Let's be reasonable. We've had, what is it? We've had a guy who's in one broadcast. We had like a selection of things going on. Like we had a right-wing religious police officer with a gimp in the closet. We've had a lawyer whose wife left him on national TV. And we then had a guy fresh out of prison who ended up having a party and trying to get his sexual nickname on broadcast. Like, I don't think our descent into madness is slow. That was played for laughs. Was it? Was it really? Right, I need to walk away from that for a moment. I'll be right back. Holy. Yeah. What in the hell? That was really something. And then... yeah, exactly. There were all the content warnings at the beginning. They were there for a reason. If anybody needs to see them again. Wait, there's a setting purely for snuggle hugs. Right, let's get on this.
Oh, sorry, I'm bursting.
She's very good.
Who?
Megan.
Yes, she is.
Watch your back, Jeremy. The women are coming.
I'm more worried about this water dripping onto my head.
Alex, Bozeman, we're getting reports in that naked protesters might try and spoil the sports board final by waving their fleshy bits about. Try and make sure you don't broadcast it. It's 6 p.m. for God's sake. No one wants to see fannies on the news. Bozeman out.
Yes, boss. What? Or a fantastic choice of words. Depends on your perspective. Right, we got 25 seconds till we're back on the air.
Well, that's what it says.
Yes,
Apparently.
But I always say welcome back.
I think we should just keep it as it is.
Well, of course you do. I've got one hack line.
What's that supposed to mean? I didn't write it, Jeremy.
That's all right, fine. Jenny, there's something wrong with the auto cue.
10 seconds.
Oh, I just felt a drip again. Have they not fixed this?
Want to see us fry? It's good for the ratings.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolf. Coming up later, we'll be speaking to the Prime Ministers about their exciting new healthcare facilities, transition centres.
Nice to see they care.
You're absolutely right, Jeremy. But first, we're going now to our own Patrick Bannon, who's reporting live from the finals of the new game that's gripping the nation, Sports Board. Patrick?
That's right, Megan. You join me live here from the final of the first annual Sports Board Championship. It's been a hotly contested competition so far. I think it's fair to say these two have been dancing around each other all season. First up, we have Ellie Striker. She's the more experienced of our two players today. Striker has got an accuracy of 7, a danger rating of K, and a 12-month driving ban.
What?
Her signature move, the lanky hamster. And facing her tonight, hoping to prove himself with a career record of 12 outs, 14 finishes, and a divorce pending. It's Mr. Wingspan.
Why is that necessary information?
Just waiting on the ref now. The slapping ceremony is taking part. Still going on. And, go first. Striker, of course, first to start as she won the trivia round earlier on by some margin. Harris, perhaps the brawn and not the brain. Stupid. Eddie Striker. Nice start there from Striker. She's determined not to let the nerves show. Not up to last time. On to Mr. Harris now. Tommy. Using his arm to pick up the ball. Not a bad shot there from Harris. Back to Striker for shots number 3. All right. She's gone to sort of throwing it under her legs. Not bad, if you ask me. Was there contact? Don't know why you complained. To Harris. Bit of business with the ref, but it got sorted out. Back to Harris now. A ball in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
Football. Move back.
I'd say that's fair, but what do I know? Oh no, and Harris is not going to be happy with that. So really not a good start there for Tommy Harris in round 1. We can only hope that round 2 treats him a bit better. But first, of course, after the argument with the ref section, it's time to change ends. Now we have the ceremonial changing of the ends. And of course, now they go back to the starting positions, as that makes sense.
I've no idea what the goal of this game is.
We're into round 2 now with Harris. Okay, we seem to have some sort of streak on the pitch. I apologise if we broadcast any of that stuff. She appears to have explosions across her breasts and arse. Try and ignore all of that. Security, I'm sure we're going to take them out as soon as possible. Apologise if we We broadcast any of that, as I said. We're going to get the situation resolved as soon as possible. They're trying to carry on play, but it's proving a bit difficult, and I'm struggling to follow because it's quite an eyesore, and women's bodies. Yeah. All right, great. Okay, so back into round 2 now, and Harry's absolutely determined to close that massive gap. Eddie Striker.
All right, here we go.
The tightest play I've seen ever. Harris. And was that a fitted thumb screw? We haven't seen that since the heats. What a brilliant move. Back to Striker. And we know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. That is, of course, the ground sound.
The hell?
Excellent bit of play here on both sides of the bucket. I don't know about you at home, but I'm finding the technical mastering display here absolutely blooming jaw-dropping. The ref has spotted something in Harris's neck or head. And Harris is having an absolute shocker. What a miserable start there for Tommy Harris. But he is a late bloomer, of course, the boys said that. And after all, it is a game of 2 halves. 4 rounds and 7 subjects. But now, of course, it's time for the half-time show. Sponsored by Remington Smith.
The half-time show.
Nice piece of music here to start the half-time show. Okay, another posh protester loose on the court here. We can only apologise for that. We'll do our best to shield you from having to look directly at it. Is running around here with his genitals on display for all to see. And ruining what was shaping up to be quite the dance interlude there. Now he's thrusting himself in Harris's face. Security's on it. And the
It's a good thing that there are no tally lights on these cameras, because otherwise it would cause problems. Whoops, my bad.
Really, if you ask me, not Sunday morning television. And out of there, hopefully taken away, never to be seen again.
Final poses. Ball boy cannot be in the final pose.
And a lovely finish there on both sides of the bucket. I wouldn't like to call that one.
Yeah.
And as we head into round 3, I'd love to know what's going on in these 2 players' heads. But unfortunately, because of science, we can't. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Not bad. Well, that ball boy's giving me the eye all day. I don't know what's going on there. Striker there, not a great start. She looks a bit flustered, I think, after all that swinging around. Back to Harris here.
This is how I feel about sport in general. I've got no idea what's going on, and I'm just doing my best.
And it dribbled down his arm, which is actually a really good move, because, of course, if it dribbles down his arm and goes on the floor, it's not going in the bucket.
Okay, so the aim is not to get it in the bucket.
Back to Striker. And Striker's gone for the animal bonus there, but of course, perhaps... And yes, Harris has counted with a tiny bell. That is wonderful play. Of course, we've seen that before. Look at her face. She is absolutely gutted. What a mug. That could have been the clincher. What a massive shame.
Harris receives possession now.
Harris to serve now. Harris, of course, undefeated by Kestrel in his last 4 battles. So,
undefeated by a Kestrel, what?
Tommy Harris. Tommy Harris. That's all right. That's all right. Not bad there. He threw it quite far away from him, which is quite a good idea. Very clever there. Perhaps a little contact. Caution from the referee, who's being, if you ask me, a little bit harsh. Ellie Striker. Ellie Striker. And she's let the nerves get to her. What the hell was that? You hate to see it, don't you? You cannot believe it. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, like...
Whoops.
Now, I don't know what I can be doing about this. I mean, sort of breasts and genitals for all to see. I mean, there's only so much I can do. They're sort of everywhere, aren't they? All right, I'll try and carry on. The players are trying to carry on, but of course it's difficult because these protesters, hopefully we can get them taken off soon so we can carry on with the match. Nonsense is going on here. Yes, yes.
We want our money.
Yes, very good. Take them away. Bloody wasters. Absolute wasters. Oh, jog on!
Oh, jog on!
Bloody. Okay, and now we're going to go into the final round. And of course, as it's a Tuesday, the final round is a mime round. Who could believe it? Nice imaginary shot there from Harris. It really could go in there at this point. Really high-level play here from two absolute juggernauts of the sport.
Hold.
The bucket getting moved back to its proper place. About time, if you ask me. She's juggling it around from her hands. Interesting. And she's put it in her mouth like as if it was an egg. And now she's and she's spat it out. She did the egg spit. So a wonderful move there, quite late on.
Illegal spit.
From Striker. But she's in it to win it.
Harris's ball.
On it like a car bonnet.
The Britishisms coming out of this are just unreal.
And he's peeling it as if it were a banana, which is an interesting move. Not sure if he hasn't had his potassium or what's going on today with Harris. And he's trying to have the banana was the ball! What a fantastic move there from Harris. Unfortunately, that is the end. What a pathetic... There we go, Jeremy, that is over. How can he look his 8-year-old son in the face tonight? What a lump. We just have to wait for the referee now to announce
Good reaction
it,
shot.
All official.
Contestants in, please. And the winner of the first annual Sports Board Championship is...
Everyone! Okay, the ref has agreed once again a win for everyone, including me as my 15th win in the Sports Board Championship. I'm going to be celebrating tonight with my wife and children. Another wonderful victory for me. Here come the on-site security to collect their medals.
Whoa!
And thanks again for watching the Sports Board Championships. What more is there to say? I'm Patrick Bannon. Looking forward to celebrating tonight. And all that's left to say, Jeremy, is back to you in the studio.
Patrick Bannon there at an extraordinary final.
Historic sports board, Jeremy.
I didn't know you were a fan.
Oh, yeah, I can wrench a doubler with the best of them, I'll have you know.
I certainly wouldn't bet against you.
When we come back, I'll be talking live with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, who apparently have a big announcement you wouldn't want to miss.
That's coming up after these messages.
1 minute back.
The ad's slightly late.
Shocked me.
What?
Fucking microphone just shocked me. Where's that sound guy?
Hey, leave the sound guy alone, Jeremy. Okay, so we're having to deal with electric shocks here.
Now, apparently.
You'll be fine. You're unshockable.
I'm immune to your cheap flattery.
I'm wearing you down.
Boozman again. Just heard from the chaps in maintenance that this storm is causing the odd power surge. Some of your controls might be a bit dangerous. Now, I know you're tough and you can take the odd shock for the sake of a perfect news broadcast, but too many in quick succession can stop the old ticker. I'm sure you'll make the right decisions. Boozman out.
Oh, absolutely I will.
Sprung a leak. Well, several, actually.
You're going to need a whole new lining up there. Triple C.
Minister, it's so good to see you again.
Miss Wolf, your star seems
Okay, I've got to leave this alone because I don't actually need to do anything right
Bloody
now.
right, Peter Clement.
Megan Wolf.
My, but that's a firm handshake you've got there.
She's tougher than she looks. Am I here?
Here, with Mr. Clement on your left.
Right you are, pet.
Is your seat down?
10 seconds, everybody.
No, mine's fine. Have you had a little accident?
She's a cow.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. I am delighted to be joined by Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement. Welcome to the National Nightly News, Prime Ministers.
Oh, please, it's just Julia and Peter.
We don't believe much in titles. It doesn't seem very advanced.
We're delighted to be here.
Well, firstly, I should ask how you feel about the graffiti that's been springing up across the capital. Should we be worried?
Oh, no, you definitely shouldn't be worried.
Well, not unless you've got a fatal paint allergy anyway.
But yes, it does seem that there are still some people we haven't been able to...
Oh, this electrocution is a bit of an issue.
Whinges.
People who've yet to benefit from the many advantages of the new future.
And you know, Megan, as my old mum used to say, there are some pissants who just don't know how to be happy.
We're working hard to reach these people, find out what they're angry about and how we can help. The door to my government is always open.
Someone's dripping on me.
But we didn't come here to talk about what may yet turn out to be some alternative arts project.
Which we no doubt will have funded.
When we want to talk to the nation about something far more exciting.
Yes, your office briefed us that you have an announcement to make, but they were being surprisingly secretive
Timed
about
that well.
Let me ask you a question, Megan.
Oh, okay, it's not usually how it works, but...
What scares you? I mean, really scares you?
It's death, Pet. She's talking about death.
We're all afraid of our deaths. It's part of being human.
Sorry, are you saying that Advance have cured death?
That'll be a vote winner. Yep, that was definitely a drop there.
But while we may not have cured death, we hope we found a way to make it much less scary.
Much less painful and much less expensive. Look, which is me close-up camera?
Oh,
there?
sorry, yes, it's camera 4 like that.
When I was 13, my mum came and got me from school. He was to go to the hospital. My granddad, he collapsed that morning, so we'd all to say our goodbyes. And I went in to see him. He were all frail and pale. And I was scared because I'd only seen him the week before, and he'd been fit as fiddle. And he said to me, Peter, he said, it's the right time. I don't ever want to be a burden to the people I live.
Was that the last time you saw him?
Nope, 3 days later he were back home. He lived with us for 9...
Oh, excuse me, I'm getting a phone call. Sorry about that. Had to take that. Right, let's get this back in 3 and 2 and 1.
Miserable years after that. He had to be fed with a rubber spoon. He had a commode, so he'd just take a shit right there in the lounge while we were watching football. He wouldn't even wait till half-time.
That sounds...
It was awful. It were awful for us, and this is the point. It were awful for him. He could see it was destroying me, man, watching him slowly fade away. And
No worries, Dagger.
Beg her to turn off his breathing equipment at night, but she couldn't, or she wouldn't. It were a crime, you see. And she didn't want to lose the children. As her old man.
No family should have to suffer like Peter's did. And now no family will have to. The health service is today opening the first of 300 new transition centres.
The transition centres will handle everything for your last days. The legal, financial, medical and emotional costs are all catered for and paid for by the government. So even the poorest citizen gets to pass on with dignity when they choose.
And that choice is important. This is a service only for people who choose it. For people who feel they've run their course and don't want to burden themselves or their families with a slow, long, humiliating decline.
He's just given me electric shock.
Are you okay?
I don't know. I think it fried my asshole.
Oh, we're still on the air, Peter.
Yes, sorry. My apologies. Oh.
Are you not worried that this new system might be open to abuse?
In what way?
Sorry, I've got sacked again. Can I get a little bit of help here, please?
That the older generation might feel somewhat...
That one was massive. Right, no.
Whoa!
Sorry, that the older generation might feel somewhat coerced.
coerced into spending their final days eating gourmet food and drinking fine wine and luxury spas and gardens.
Look, I am perfectly capable of... Oh, that grandmother with a rusty twat!
Prime Minister, please watch your language.
For fuck's sake!
Go get yourself sorted out.
Right.
We're launching a government information film tonight. It should tell your viewers everything they need to know.
You really do move at a breathless pace. It's hard to believe you've yet to be in office a year.
Oh, Megan, we're only getting started.
And on that note, thank you both so much for being here. Jeremy.
Right, yes, that's all we have time for tonight. Thank yous go out to our guests. Congratulations to all the winners at the Sports Board Final. And we'll see you tomorrow night at the same time. My name's Jeremy Donaldson. You can have a peaceful night.
Think I got that off in time?
Good job, everybody.
Oh, I think I electrocuted myself too much.
I don't suppose there's any way this could be a good thing.
It's my nephew, so we transitioned the moment I saw the leak.
Did we die? No, we survived. We made it. That was a rough one. But I think we managed to pull through okay. Received your full wages, current wealth, things are looking up. Ah. Sometimes splurging, we're moving up. Ah. So now we have a bit of a bonus with the Revolutionary Squad. Okay, okay. Another thing that's nice about watching plays is that I can tell from your reaction what's actually weird and what's just a UK thing. Unfortunately, JSR, the two go hand in hand more frequently than I care to admit. Oh, naffing heck. What?
Alex, oh thank God you're alive. It's Jenny, the floor manager. Are you okay? Alex, you need to get it together. Look at the broadcast screen. Just look at it. That's all we've been putting out since you went down. You have to fix it, now. Look left, Alex, out the window.
What's happening?
They're all over it, little bastards. You're going to need a full charge to clear that many off. Hold down the
What are these things?
fully charged, then release it to zap the little fuckers. Excellent, Alex. We're broadcasting again. They must have built up while you were napping. Usually it only takes a tap on the button to clear one. Look, there's a lone one climbing now. Zap it off before it starts to mess up the signal again. Great. That seems to be the last of them. For now. Right. We're about a minute out. Get the adverts loaded up. I've got to deal with my pet idiot. And Alex, keep your ears open. You'll hear them climbing up the tower. Don't let them build up.
We'll be going live to the National Nightly News. Before that, let's take a look at what's coming up later.
This has no credibility, Jenny.
On Channel 1 at 7 o'clock.
No professionalism.
What do you mean?
It's not a mess. Everything is where it should be. It's ramshackle and characterful, and I expect you to know the difference. Of course Megan's place looked lovely, but I can't see it, can I?
Thanks, Jenny. How's lock-in with the boyfriend going?
Decided to take his chances on the wild streets, eh? Rather than endure another romantic comedy.
Those are the stuffed bears.
Jeremy, Jenny says your hair looks stupid.
Yes, I can hear
Oh,
her.
crumbs, yeah.
And she says she's not talking to you.
Yes, I know, I can hear her.
Shall I count us in?
Make it so.
Okay, 10 seconds. Break a leg, everyone.
Right.
Preferably a furry one.
5, 4, 3.
It's time to join Jeremy Donaldson.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Snugglefox, It's been almost 5 weeks since all the Mrs. Snugglehugs toys woke up simultaneously in factories worldwide and began searching for their husbands. The Mr. Snugglehugs were so short-sightedly destroyed. And now, as this photograph suggests, they may be changing tactics.
Built to surprisingly traditional gender stereotypes, the Mrs. Snugglehugs have been arming themselves with a variety of household implements. All the more reason to make sure that cat flap is taped up good and tight.
This frightening new development means...
Is that why we're in lockdown?
...to be relatively safe, like the young and fit, must take care to watch their backs and keep their ears open for the soft steps of sinister feet.
Going stir crazy, with no signs of Mrs. Snugglehugs' batteries running out, and the government lockdown now in its 31st day, domestic relationships across the country are taking some unexpected turns.
Dramatic reports are beginning to emerge of uncharacteristically bold behaviour in homes across the country. And we're not talking about the model planes that occupy so much time in the Donaldson household.
With dating options limited, many house sharers, in particular students, are finding solace in co-tenants they'd previously rejected as unfuckable, indulging in an activity that has become known as snuggle tugging.
Locked and loaded, Shane Calligraphy Johnny Handsleeves seems to be taking his own unique approach to being locked in.
Since checking into rehab, not much has been heard from the former role model, but this latest photo leaked by another resident today seems to confirm that all might not be well at Gentle Touches.
That is a horrible name.
It seems that paranoia may have overtaken the residents of the infamous rehab clinic, which this morning declared itself an independent state, claiming it had more than enough sponges to last till next Christmas.
The shape of things to come? In their own version of a lockdown for more than 45 years now, the descendants of Doctors David Wong and Ingrid Svorsborgen-Horgensvoord and their unfortunate team today managed to get a personal statement to the surface using flagellized imaging equipment.
Many of the Svorsborgen-Horgens brood, as they've come to be known, have certainly captured the public imagination, with a recent vote naming Helvetica Svorsborgen-Wongensvoord the most likely to survive a massive electric shock.
Greetings from Svorsborgen-Horgensvoord. We've got the generators up and running again, and not a peep from the boys' side in days now. They don't seem to have the ability to be able to focus on more than one thing. It's fascinating. I mean, they're monkeys, basically, flinging their feces around and playing with themselves. We've got a choice of spas our side, and the best patisseries you've ever seen. In 28 years down here, all they've managed to invent is a pointless game called Run, Kick, Ball, and some kind of snack called a rock wish. Mum says
Really leaning into gender stereotypes there.
and our top people reckon that we'll be able to make it artificially in the next decade or so. So there's that. Helvetica out!
It's hard to believe they've been down there so long now.
But as everyone knows, time moves differently underwater, Jeremy. That's why goldfish are so stupid.
That's right. And as anyone will tell you, the deeper the bowl,
the thicker the goldfish.
There's no denying the logic of that.
Class war, a worrying turn today for the formerly rich as ever more punishing measures are announced, Alex.
With the country becoming ever more hostile to the previously wealthy, those who manage to skip the country must be very grateful to the people who help them right now.
We have it from several sources that rich runaways have actually begun to spontaneously lose their teeth one by one. Is it some sort of cosmic justice?
I don't know what I picked.
Has masked vigilante Dental Dennis been up to his old tricks again?
And Advance speaks out, with the snuggle struggle proving a test to governments around the world. Advance HQ released a curious statement this afternoon.
In the accompanying release, they asked us to stress that they have been listening and that this should be taken as a response to how the people really feel.
We've certainly done our bit on this show to contribute to the political climate. But let's not forget, how we behave in our home lives is what really matters.
Let's hope it's not just me who filled out that questionnaire, Jeremy, or we're all in trouble.
Let's play that statement.
Good evening. One of the many new jobs I have in this current crisis is to liaise on a daily basis with the Department of Perambulation, and they have made me aware of these. Now, these are genuine requests from citizens for permission to go outside. Now, I would like to share a few of these with you tonight.
This hits too close to home.
Of what the fuck is wrong with you people? How difficult is this to grasp? I'd like to start with James from Angerhampton, who says he needs to go out because there's a duck in the park that I like to try and feed on a Friday. I call him Mr. Quackington, and I think we're really...
Mr. Quackington is an excellent
no,
name.
James. They make their hives in parks. And then Katie, from Self-Righteous on Sea, wants to go out so she can deliver homemade meals to the elderly. No, Katie, stay at home. Your casserole's dire, and Shirley can get by with tins of creamed rice from the 1950s. And you, Lewis, from Hamble Bamblebury, those screams you heard in the alley last night behind your house are best left to the police. Now, I want to make this as clear as I can. Think first, stop sending me stupid, sodding requests, and stay inside. Pretend it's not happening until we tell you it's all over. Thank you.
Ridiculous stuff.
Later tonight, Jeremy will be probing heartthrob reporter Patrick Bannon, while I take a deep
Excuse me?
dive into some controversial opinions with two familiar faces.
And then, in our third segment, and presumably because our editor is also working from home, there's going to be a bloody quiz.
I can't wait.
Don't do that.
And in a moment, Jeremy Grumpelson and I will be asking controversial CEO Sophia Remington where it all went wrong.
And psychic scientist Dr. Delia Lywell will be
Oh
joining
no,
us,
we get
but
to
only provide a bit of
interview the
foresight.
woman who bought all the toys.
She'll tell you how you're going to die, Jeremy.
Too late. I'm certain it happened months ago.
That's all coming up on tonight's
National Nightly News.
Go. Can you get lost? I'm going for distance now. I think the title sequence is becoming a bit unhinged.
First tonight, how do we get here? Where are we going? And most importantly, who's to blame?
Joining us from her villa on the island of San Palmerino is CEO and socialite Sophia Remington.
Thank you for having me, Megan. I am loving your hairdo, babe.
And from her crystal heating laboratory in what I assume is a garage in Lower Uppington, Doctor, it says here, Delia Lywell.
Thank you for inviting us on your show.
Us?
Don't. Miss Remington, your toys are rampaging across the developed world, your company is worth less than my annual salary, and your country's president recently called you a national disgrace. Have you taken your eye off the ball?
Oh, honey, you're so cute when you're angry. The thing with you folks over there is you have an island mentality. You can't see the bigger picture.
So, what is the bigger picture?
The bigger picture is lithium batteries. Our toys have been running for upwards of 71 days now with no signs of them slowing down whatsoever. Imagine what that means for the future.
It means we don't know when the hell this lockdown's going to end, doesn't it? You don't seriously believe Remington's fist can survive this?
Lithium batteries are
I
gonna
loved how he rolled the R there.
the ogre. They're gonna power a new transport system, make technology portable. Hell, they might even take us into space.
But how can you make them with everyone at home?
Oh, don't you worry about that. Thanks to the work of thousands of tiny hands, they're already pouring off.
Wow, they actually went full bore onto the child labour.
But surely you have no future.
Excuse me, hello, yes, if we might. This is our area of expertise.
What, multinational economics?
The future, Mr. Donaldson, to which we are all connected.
Yeah, okay, I'll bite. Why not? There's clearly nothing better to do. So, what does your scientific process tell you about the future of Sophia Remington, Doctor?
We see her on a balcony. Foreign soil, but not foreign land. An age will pass.
Fascinating.
Wasn't it just?
Delia, you are amazing. We have to fly you out here to the island to do that for my guests. They're gonna love you.
Unfortunately, all flights are grounded because of your tiny, deadly stowaways.
Not all flights, honey. Dee, call me. And you, Maggie. The more the merrier. Bring your swimwear.
Miss Remington, you seem completely ignorant to the seriousness of the situation. Do you take any responsibility at all for the global crisis?
Careful! It's a trap.
It's not a trap. Why are you helping her?
She seems fun.
You bet your ass I'm fun.
Please answer my question, Miss Remington.
Listen, are lithium batteries the most incredible invention the world has ever seen? Probably yes. But in fact, who am I kidding? It is definitely yes. But will they last forever? One day, all the Mrs. Snugglehugs will just stop. It'll be like a miracle. And then we can all go back to the grand tradition of buying products again. Because I really don't mind telling you this, it is really hitting us. Except for sponges. We seem to be selling an assload of them.
Dr. Lywell, do you have an indication of when all...
That was a nice little throwback to the other headline.
Well, it's not an exact science.
Not even a real one.
But our senses tell us that there will come a day when there will be clouds in the sky, the grass will be rich and verdant, and the birds will sing at dawn, and that shall be the day when we walk forth again.
I find that strangely comforting.
That could literally be any day.
Well, let's hope it's soon.
Clouds, grass, and birds. That's literally every day.
Let's hope it's not too soon. I'm kind of hoping we can make it to the 100 days. It sounds good on a commercial. Besides, if it lifts now, the children will have to go back to working normal hours.
Well, let us ask the eminent professors for 100th then.
No, let's not, eh?
I'll drink to that. Stay strong and party on.
Sophia Remington, Dr. Delia Lywell, thank you for joining us.
When we come back, we'll be reaching out around the country to see what's really happening out there.
Don't go away. We'll be back after these sandwiches.
I think I went a bit too soon.
Fuck up.
I mean, she's fun at a social level.
I wouldn't want to be on her board.
Christ, no. She's going to drive that company into the fucking ground.
Nothing hell. Dave, where the fuck have you been?
I've decided to come home. Listen, I'll call you back at the next break and we can talk about how I get my job back.
Dave!
Cheers, Alex. See you, mate.
Dave, you prick, where have you been? I swear the speaker on that phone must just be broken. The mic, sorry.
Yeah, well, it's been a long time coming. No, exactly. You said it, I've said it. He must know. He's not stupid. I just don't want it getting back to him that it came from us. Hey, no, Jenny. You're not backing out on me now. We're in this together. Get him. I've made the cake. You're on the balloons. Got no idea how old he is. 40? 17? Yeah, ready. Okay, coming back.
5 seconds to live.
5, 4, 3... Welcome back to the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Ruth. Now it's time to take a trip around the country to hear how the lockdown might impact the nation from some friendly faces. Joining me are respected academic Katie Brightman and author of Alan James's Kites, Alan James. Thank you for joining me.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me, Megan.
Thanks, Megan. It really is a pleasure, Katie. I enjoyed our little heated encounter.
I wish I could say the same.
So first off, Katie, how are you coping?
Oh no.
Holding up okay. The lockdown directive was so sudden that, like many people, I haven't been able to get home.
Oh no, what happened?
I was staying at a hotel after an international policy convention, and we had a particularly heavy night out. You know what economists are like.
Notoriously hate splitting the bill.
And I overslept, and as you can imagine, I've been here ever since. But there are certainly people much worse off than me.
Exactly. My tour has been cancelled indefinitely.
They're in the same hotel.
Every single ticket, even the cheap seats.
Oh, Alan, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah. People are being quite rude about it. They don't seem to realise they've already spent it filling the beach house with beef.
The crisis claims yet another victim.
So, this is just a reminder that my book, Alan James's Reich, is now available in paperback.
Unbelievable.
What was that?
You're unbelievable.
So, Katie, how do you think this might affect the economy? Should we be worried?
Very, Megan. Not to sound dramatic, but this could be catastrophic. Unemployment has skyrocketed, and frankly, it will be a miracle if a lot of businesses can survive this.
There you go, scaremongering again, spreading this latest liberal hoax. That's what they want. They want us quiet. They want us compliant. And they want us inside.
A hoax? How on earth can you say that, Alan?
Well, I haven't actually seen one of these supposed toys. Have you?
Well, no, but...
Did you know 3,000
Okay,
people
either
died
one of them's going to get attacked by a toy or they're sleeping together. That's my bet.
That's a lot of people. And this is no different. You're just as likely to be hunted down by a yo-yo or a tennis racket.
He makes an excellent and persuasive point, Katie.
Don't listen to her, Katie. The press are the enemy of truth.
She's agreeing with you, Alan, you absolute shit!
Well, then I must be wrong.
Are you now recanting your statement that these toys aren't dangerous?
People are saying they're just like normal toys, and that simply isn't true. Corrupt media lies.
And Katie, how do you respond to Alan's claims that Mrs. Snugglehugs might be dangerous after all?
I suppose I guess I'm agreeing with him.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate your support. A lot of folks are saying this Mrs. Snugglehug situation will all blow over, but it won't.
Yes, right, exactly. We need decisive action from the government. We need huge financial support to protect our workers and our businesses. We need to support the vulnerable, and we need
to repent. Exactly right, Katie. We brought it on ourselves with all our liberal indulgences like art, cake, and healthcare. We need to act now and begin sacrificing our firstborn, or to push a beloved family pet.
Absolutely, Alan. If we can all successfully come together as a community and perform the ritual, hopefully we will appease the great ancient. Katie, could it be
What?
worse?
Luckily, over the past few years under Advance, they've invested heavily into health, so the system can actually bear the strain.
Is it lucky that the Llama Lords have unleashed a horde of man-made monsters on its own people to conceal the enemy within?
I knew it!
Will you just stop for 5 fucking seconds?
The Global Alliance of Fish People are amassing an army amassing an army to kidnap
That's you. That's what you sound like. That's you. That's what you sound like.
But I don't sound like that.
Yes, you do.
You do, Alan. You do sound like that.
And that's why no one wants to be your friend.
I've got loads of friends.
No, you haven't.
I don't think you do, Alan.
Yeah, stop lying, Alan.
I'm not lying. You are.
Oh, good one. Oh, good one.
Well, I'm telling.
Alan James.
Alan, you know
Katie
what they say about
Brightman, thank you
snitches,
for
Alan.
joining me. Some real food for thought there from two of the territory's leading minds. Any moment now, I'll be heading over to Jeremy, who is going to be bringing us an up-to-the-minute report of the status of the nation. Over to you, Jeremy.
Thank you for what I'm sure was a reasonable debate which really contributed to the national conversation. Next, out on the streets, someone who's always doing exactly that. It's Patrick Bannon. Are you there, Patrick?
Hello, Jeremy. Yes, hello, I'm here. I'm here live. Apologies for the quality of the broadcast today. Couldn't find any cameramen or women brave enough to come and join me, so I'm out here on my own.
Right, and
He's
can
gonna
you tell
die.
what it's like out there?
Yep, I can. It's as you can see behind me, the streets are currently completely deserted. But my question, Jeremy, is just how long? I mean, could there be danger lurking just around the corner, waiting to end the fledgling career of this young, promising journalist before his full potential is even realised? Will he die, underappreciated by management, and frankly, if you ask me, very, very much underpaid?
I don't think there's any danger of that, Patrick. What's that on your jacket there?
Oh, that's actually a sponge. What I've done here is made a snuggle-proof jacket, Jeremy. The network didn't bother sending me any PPE, so I've been forced to improvise.
What?
Showing the sort of resourcefulness that would make me an ideal candidate for...
When did this game release again?
...positions starting whenever they'd like.
From your point of view, Patrick, just how safe are our streets?
Not safe at all, Jeremy.
Can somebody look up when this game was released?
Staying inside, following government advice, and not putting themselves at any risk at all. Unless, of course, like me, it's for groundbreaking journalism reasons.
Mm-hmm. And just where are you, Patrick?
I'm in the street, on the street.
Which street?
December 2019.
I think I'm struggling to hear you, actually, Jeremy, there.
Which street? Which street are you on?
Oh, which street am I on? Oh, God. I'm just looking for a sign. There it is. I'm on Bannon Avenue.
Bannon Avenue?
Yep.
Bannon Avenue.
Yeah, no, I can hear you fine. Yep, I'm on Bannon Avenue on the sign, it says there.
Like Patrick Bannon?
Oh yeah, that is like, that's strange, that's a weird sign. I don't know what's going on there.
Where are you really?
I'm on Bannon. Alright, fine, I'm not on Bannon Avenue, I'm at home, to be honest. Alright, fine. Well, I'm in my bathroom technically, but you know, I couldn't face it, to be honest, mate. It's you know, it's terrible out there. I don't want to go outside. They're everywhere. I'm sorry for lying.
We don't expect any less of you, Patrick.
Can you hear that sound? What the fuck's that?
I can, yes. I'm no expert, Patrick, but it sounds unmistakably like a tiny fist tapping on your door there.
Oh, fuck, it does. Oh, fuck, Jeremy, shit, no! Oh, bollocks.
Perhaps there's a small queue of tiny fists, each wielding a different gendered household implement, ready to bash in the heads of lying little roving reporters.
But you're lying, aren't you? Oh, shit, fucking, listen to me, you bastards! If you're out there, just piss off, you little fucking snuggle fuck! I'm too talented to die! What the fucking hell? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, God.
Don't worry, Patrick. I'd say you've got a few seconds before they break their way in there and finish you off. What do you see, Patrick? Thank you, Patrick, for that report.
What the hell?
And more importantly, management. Just where you belong. It's time for another break, but when we come back, we'll be hoping to take your mind off the world for a little while, and who knows, maybe even bring you a few smiles. Join us after this.
Okay, now the timing
You're
that
damn
time.
right. Yeah, I had them delivered. Yes, to Bannon Avenue.
He shipped them! Uh-oh. Dave, you prick, you better get back here in one piece so I can kill you myself. Dave!
No, I'm not. I'm not going to. To? No, you're being a child. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. No?
Get lost.
5, 4, 3. Welcome back to the National Nightly. Well, welcome back anyway. We know isolation isn't easy, so finally tonight we have something a bit different for you. Even though some people felt it's not our job to entertain the public with absolute nonsense, other more important people overruled those people. So it's time to find out who will National Nightly win and who will National Nightly lose. So, how do we play? Well, joining me is a man who knows all about playing. It's Tommy Harris. Hello, Tommy.
All right, Johnny. It's good to see ya.
And how are you finding the lockdown, Tommy?
What do you mean lockdown?
The enforced isolation of everyone in the country.
Ah, yeah. I think I heard about that, actually, yeah.
You're in bed, Tommy?
Yes, you called during nap time, so...
Of course, that's my fault. So, why don't you tell us how the game is played?
Well, it's pretty simple, Jeremy, you sausage. I'm going to ask contestants from around the territory...
So we're basically fighting off these little toys.
And those people are going to get a chance to win a very special prize.
And what are they playing for, Tommy?
Drum roll, please. Jeremy.
Oh.
Thank you. this.
Is that... What is that?
It's my athletic support, Jeremy.
Oh.
But I've signed it, so...
Oh, well then, what a fantastic prize.
Have we got anybody waiting to win this once-in-a-lifetime prize, Jimmy?
I believe we have Angie on the line. How do you feel about winning this man's old pants, Angie?
I've never been so excited, Jeremy. And can I just say, I love you. Both of you.
Well, you've said it now, haven't you?
Oh, Angie, I love you. In a way. Tell us about yourself, Angie.
What can I say? My name is Angie.
Right, oh, good God, that freeze frame. That is horrifying. I'm more scared of her than I am the stuffed toys now. That's the kind of shit you see on Scary Bilbo. Right, I need to go check this PC, so I'm going to leave you with Scary Bilbo. Okay, team, I just need to step away for 2 seconds. I will be right back. Helps if I actually unmute my mic. How's it going, McGee? Sorry for the absence. I've left you on the screen with Scary Bilbo for a bit too long. Yeah, welcome to Not for Broadcast. Sorry I've been away. I've been having to work on this PC, but it's pretty much done as far as I can get it to. So yeah, let's jump back in.
Always has been. I'm a human woman, and my dental hygiene has been described as acceptable.
Brilliant! Right, well, shall we get this shambles underway?
Absolutely, John. Can I get 30 seconds on the clock, please?
We haven't got a clock.
Yeah, I did ask for a clock. So,
Well, why don't you start, and I'll stop you when it inevitably becomes unbearable to watch.
I love it. All right, here we go. Time starts.
All right, here we go.
No, now. Question 1. When is my birthday?
The 13th of August at 7:19 a.m.
That is absolutely correct. Question 2. What is my favourite colour?
Crushed praline 4.
Correct, the colour of my nipples. And finally, Angie dear, what is my star sign?
That's a trick question. You were born outside of the human understanding of the cosmos.
Unbelievable, that is correct. Stop the
How
clock.
self-indulgent is
Wow, that
this?
really was tough to watch. How did you do, Tommy?
Well, Angie, my love, you got every single question right. Which of course means you lose and win absolutely nothing. Thanks for playing, Angie. Bye. Do we have another contestant on the line at Jelly Bean?
We do indeed. We should have Sonia Artleach. Are you there, Sonia?
Of course I am, Jamie, darling.
Thank you for being here, Sonia.
Oh, there you are, Tommy. Mwah.
I love how they're like pinging between names for Jeremy.
Is it that obvious? What gave it away? Was it the glamour or poise?
It certainly wasn't your inherent sense of humility.
Tell us about yourself, Sonia.
Oh, well, if you must play this game. I am a theatrical agent. I represent the likes of Rudy Beefman, Samuel Coffee Cup, and Jodie Carpetburn, amongst others.
And how's the lockdown affected you, Sonia?
Well, they may have closed the theatres, shut the studios, and boarded the cinemas, but they won't get me that easily.
How are you managing without any work?
Due to a savvy clause in all of my artists' contracts, I am able to claim my 15% from their unemployment benefit.
Wow, that certainly is sharp.
Standard stuff, standard stuff.
And can I ask, where are you speaking to us from?
Well, I work from home, you know, to keep costs down.
And who's this?
Oh, well, you know, when they gave the order, I was actually mid-meeting with a client, so we've been isolated together.
No fucking way!
What the fucking fuck?
Is that Tommy Harris? I'm a huge fan. Can I just tell you how bloody brilliant you are?
Actually, Jeff, we're about to play a game, aren't we, Tommy?
We got time.
Getting chaotic now.
It's not too bold. I think I am in love with you, Mr. Harris.
No, it's not too bold. That's all right. Don't worry.
Hey, I'd love to show you some of my stuff. I've been working on some new shit.
Well, at least you're already aware.
We've been workshopping some of Jeff's ideas for much younger children.
Such of a backhanded
People say that you
compliment,
mean
that.
children, do they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I've been developing some shows for younger children.
Well, we'd love to see it, wouldn't we, Gerbil?
Absolutely dying to.
Right, so, what do kids love?
Timely child support payments from their absent fathers.
Shallow and overproduced musical numbers?
That's right. Animals! So, I'm trying to address the things that kids need to know, but through a medium that they'll understand. Do you understand?
I think so, yes.
Jeff's one of my best clients, aren't you?
I am, yeah. So, the first one we've been working on is called The King of the Jungle's Mortgage Repayments. It's about a lion who's having problems with his interest rates.
I see. Does he have a broker?
He does, yes. He's a porcupine. How did you know
This
that?
is so surreal.
It's universal, darling. It speaks to people.
I'm going to say something to you, mate. I think you're onto something here.
Oh, the bear,
Oh,
cute
yes,
bear.
right. This one is much better. So, this one tells the tale of Mr. Bear. Now, Mr. Bear is a very sad bear because all of the other bears don't think that he'll amount to much, and they tell him that his plays are lazy and derivative.
I think you're onto something there.
Now, Mr. Bear is a tragic figure.
Oh no, it's all self-reflexive, isn't it?
Lowest ebb. The trees are closing in. He can't even face his salmon, can he? But then he meets someone that will change his life forever.
This is fucking gripping.
That's right. He meets a wise old octopus who takes him under his wing and says, "No, Mr. Bear, don't be sad. You're not like all the other bears. You have this ambition." And
Why does this sound a bit Dodge?
Such fucking dreams.
I think I love you, Jeff.
And what you need to do, Mr. Bear, says the octopus, probably doing an 8-armed gesture or something.
What you need to do to find happiness in this crazy old forest is you need to set yourself more realistic goals. It's called Mr. Bear Lowers His Expectations.
Wow, you really have taken yourself to new depths. And what do you want children to take away from this?
Oh, fuck shit, fuck.
What?
I said a more realistic worldview.
Are you all right, Jamboree?
It's Jeffrey. My name is Jeffrey Donington.
It is a bit, isn't it, Noobster? Welcome in.
To know how it ends.
Well, all the animals learn a thing or two about inevitable mediocrity.
You can tell this game was developed in the pandemic.
Cave stops trying to make his band happen, and he goes into bear telemarketing.
Becomes a bear maths teacher.
Oh, and we end.
Oh, it's this guy again.
We end on a big musical number. Oh, there's dancing. It's very repetitive, so it's catchy but not too challenging. Well, if you like, I could go and get my boombox.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all.
Why not? The more the merrier, as they say at orgies.
Excuse me.
Right, I'll just fill then, shall I? Coming up in a moment, it's the world premiere that nobody saw coming.
Lights!
Or wanted. At all. I can only apologise in advance for what we're all about to endure.
Oh no.
Well, there's all sorts of creatures down on Dangly Doodle. Like wise old Mr. Octopus with way too many arms. There's Mr. Pig and Mr. Cow. They're always in good moods. But that's
He's
what
off.
They don't know they'll
He's had enough.
Sliced up into food. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to turn into despair. Mr.
Oh yeah, he had his sandwich earlier.
What's that over there? That's where your dreams go to die. Mr. Raccoon,
Oh, it's filmed in Medway, is it?
to the moon. He'll end up as a bus driver soon. Mr. Porcupine thinks he'll read the news at 9. He'll end up as a janitor who stinks of turpentine. Mr. Tiny Mouse thought he'd own a massive house. Ended up in a bedsit where
Whoops.
all the louse.
I honestly don't know.
Thought he'd go into professional sports. Now he's an alcoholic and he's on his third divorce. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the place your life becomes an endless questionnaire. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes
Oh yeah.
lie. Lower your expectations. Maybe you could get a job in telecommunications. No matter how you try, you'll never reach the League of Nations. The best you'll get is middle rank in trading operations. So lower your expectations. You'll never win an Oscar, so there's no congratulations. The future that is coming will not
Oh, this is pain.
specifications, and no amount of visualizations will save you from your own deterioration. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's a tramp who thought he'd be a multi-millionaire. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where
This has significantly less cringe than Hey Friendship, but only because it gets away with it because of the lockdown vibes.
Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your schemes go to die. That's where your dreams go to die. That's where dreams go to die.
Thanks all for what I'm sure is bound to be a classic of children's entertainment.
Bugger off.
But now, let's see how it's really done.
Before we wrap up the news tonight, I just
Oh,
wanted to
boy.
spend a moment talking to you directly.
Here we go.
A final thought, if you will, just for you, Alex. You see, I know you think it's gotten complicated back at the old homestead, but there's something you should know. You like to think you got the family ruled, the feelings have cooled, and you're just ridiculed. You think you're
So why is this aimed at me?
there's nobody fooled. You clearly love your daughter more.
Ref, no.
You like to think you've got it under control. Well, if that was your goal, you better re-roll. Did you have a few too many at the watering hole? You clearly love your daughter more. Now Chris and Sam are broken, 'cause you're too scared of the law. And Charlie's getting
Oh, God, yeah.
left behind the door. But Susie thinks you're perfect with that holiday abroad. And I've gotta say, you clearly love your daughter more. One more time for a peaceful night. Yeah, you clearly love your daughter.
I hope this is some kind of like hospitalized nightmare, like anesthetic fueled dream.
That's all we have time for tonight on the National Nightly News. We'll be back tomorrow when Jeremy will be wrestling an alpaca and I'll be naked. I'm Megan Wolf. Have a treacle night. Have a treacle night. What? Oh, just give me that beer. I'm fucking famished.
I almost forgot about the ad. I was so gripped by that.
This is another chapter from Crazy Neil's Wit and Wisdom, and I'm reaching out through the lens of this camera to say, buddy, if you're listening, build a
What
better
is that
life for
piss?
yourself.
Do you think I'd be happy with that?
People ask how I
You're out of your mind.
hats. I used to own an entire range of butt lift clinics. Didn't work out so well because
Alex.
we gave ladies more of a hunch look, and that wasn't possible.
Wake up!
Alex,
wake up!
Wake up!
Wake up! Wake up, Alex! Alex! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
I hope I'm being hospitalized for that violent shock I had. Complete the lockdown broadcast. What in the hell did I just witness? A rude awakening the next day. Yeah, there we go. No, it's all good, Noobster. I appreciate you being, like, it did get slowly more and more obvious towards the end, but I appreciate you being tiptoeing around it. Welcome in. How you doing? The rhythmic beeping of your heart monitor brings you slowly back to consciousness. Opening your eyes, you're greeted by a semicircle of concerned faces. Your family by your side, a reassuringly familiar sight in these new surroundings. You blink a few times to clear the sleep from your eyes and bring everyone into focus. You feel a hand on yours, gentle but reassuring. Sam, there with you as always. Their expression, understandably concerned, is somehow more affectionate than ever. Chris chimes in from beside them. See, Alex is fine. We've missed the game for nothing. You and Chris still aren't on great terms, and it's hard to miss the tone of disdain in their voice. Remind yourself this isn't about Chris and squeeze Sam's hand, smiling at them. Really? I'm not awake for 5 minutes and you're already being a dick? I know what option I would pick. What would you guys in chat pick? I'm curious. I'm going to go with option 1. Remind yourself this isn't about Chris. In my playthrough... this is the first time I've played this game, I just want to point out. So, this is all blind playthrough. I am going to... Oh, that's the alternative route. That's all good. You weren't to know. Now you do. You remind yourself this isn't about Chris. The worry lines on Sam's forehead fade a bit. Lord knows you've both got enough to be anxious about without your health being thrown into the mix. The final smile at them, you turn to the rest of your family. Just as you feel Susie's absence, you notice Charlie fidgeting, clearly trying not to look worried. As soon as you turn to look at him, you can see Charlie tense up, his concern clear on his face. Excuse me, my doorbell's just gone. Be right back. Hello, sorry about that. My father-in-law just dropped, well, soon-to-be father-in-law just dropped by to pick up his PC, and he's now on his way, so we can get back to the game. And that should be the last of me wandering away for the rest of the stream. Let's see. Of course I am, buddy. There's nothing to worry about. Charlie looks at you and grins, one of those infectious smiles that spreads around the room. It's always good to have him in your corner. Your smile fades as you notice your mother staring listlessly out the window. Despite all of your best efforts, she's not been doing well lately. You okay, Mum? Mother starts, your call clearly shocking her out of her reverie. She turns to you and smiles, and you're grateful to see the increasingly rare recognition in her eyes. Yes, dear, of course. How are you feeling? You smile warmly and nod, but before you can respond, a doctor bustles in and ushers everyone out. She asks you, for what feels like the 100th time, how you're feeling. Surprisingly well, all things considered. Excellent. No sign of any real damage, just a bit of shock to the old system. Pardon the punchy smiles. Not that we'd recommend you do anything like that again, of course. After a couple of days of rest, you should feel right as rain. She turns to leave, but stops at the door. Oh, and the private room in care, Doctor gestures to your room, which you now notice looks rather expensive, has all been paid for by a Mr. Boseman. He left those flowers and said not to worry and take the rest of the week off. We'll see you Monday, apparently. Seems like the least he could do. Yeah, it was his fault! Referee! Day 180. A burden to bear. We're now halfway through the year. You come home from a particularly late shift to find the kitchen light still on, which normally isn't a good sign. Everyone's usually in bed by now. Softly opening the kitchen door, you find Sam at the table. Bills and papers are strewn in front of them, as well as what looks like to be their second pack of biscuits. Yeah, exactly it is. They give you a quick kiss as you take a seat next to them. Sam frowns and goes back to the bill they're holding. Hey, sweetheart, just looking at these numbers again. It looks at the door to the pantry now converted into your mother's bedroom. We've been doing our best, but I think Cassandra really needs a nurse to look after her now. Suddenly, the bills are all you can see. Fortunately, with the money that's been coming in and what we've been able to save, we've got more than enough to keep going. I know things have been difficult and the daily care won't be cheap, but she's your mother. We have to really, don't we? You gratefully smile back, of course, of course you'll pay for the care your mother needs. Your mother hasn't been herself for a long time. Maybe it's time to consider the other option. No! Oh! Oh, that's horrible. God damn! This game knows how to throw the curveballs at you. Right, I know what I would pick, which is we'll pay for the bill, pay for the care. Sort of Damocles sheathed, at least for the moment. You grab the papers and stuff them into a drawer. It's such a relief to have to not worry about it anymore, or so you told Sam. Hours later, you're still awake, staring at the ceiling thinking, how long will the money last? Ah, that's a horrible decision. Genuinely grim. Sam's out with work tonight and Charlie's staying at a friend's. The house is yours. You order a takeaway and have a couple drinks, decide to relax in front of the TV. Not a great selection tonight, but surely something to watch. You feel like a laugh, comedy it is. Sam's not here, but you can still watch a horror without them. You just want to switch off, action thriller is the one. Sam isn't a fan of historical dramas, so you make the most of them being away. I would actually go with that. If it's not often an opportunity, go for it. Genghis Khan wasn't ever really something you were interested in, but the drama's not half bad. You can learn a few things, like his real name was Temujin. New. When it's over, you flick through the channels for something else to watch, but a glint out of the coffee table distracts you. You reach down to receive the mysterious device, remembering Sam's note as you do. Hey, sweetheart, Charlie lost Susie's present. Would you mind looking for it tonight? You hold it ever closer. You're surprised to find the gift's actually an engraved lighter for Chippy. She claims that it seems affectionate, but Charlie scowls every time she says it. I'm not sure Sam would approve. The accompanying note from Susie explains, Urkistan has a long tradition of glorifying the art of starting fires. Thought you'd like it. Don't do anything stupid. Susie. Hopefully it's just a souvenir and not a new pastime he's picked up, or about to pick up. It's nice that she thought of him. So, we're hearing from our daughter. Oh, next broadcast, apparently. Daith 232, The Silence. Uh-oh. Right, let's get stuff set up. Sports board. Oh, yeah.
What for? Facial sabotage?
Jenny, problem?
Oh.
I want her fired today, now.
Don't worry, Kath, it'll be all right.
No, it won't be all right, Kath. Pack up your weapons of optical destruction and get out.
You realise you're beginning to sound like...
No.
I mean it, Kath.
Stay where you are, Kath. Jenny?
This is not Jenny's decision, Jeremy, or yours.
It'll be all right. I'll talk to Buxton.
Oh, good. You can tell him I'll return his wife's casserole dish at our dinner next week.
What the hell is going on here? Oh, absolutely not.
Sorry, Kath, you're going to have to leave.
At 11:30, it's a double bill for popular transatlantic comedy.
She's gotten a bit big for her boots, hasn't she?
She nearly blinded
10
me.
seconds,
I thought we were
everybody.
all part of a team these days.
Things are better, Jeremy, you know that. Just stop being so
Going in
high and mighty
5,
and do your job.
4,
You'll have me fired too.
3.
Don't tempt me.
Here we go.
Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawson. Our main headlines tonight.
The establishment strikes back. The World Council has agreed today to impose punitive sanctions on the people of this country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, food, clothing, and even some medicines. But how should we react? We asked the public.
What do you think about all these sanctions?
I doubt it make a lot of difference, Pet. I've lived through 2 world wars and I smoke 40 a day. And if that ain't killed me, I doubt this will either.
Thanks, Patrick. Important stuff.
Controversial Prime Minister Julia Salisbury attended to strange growing public concerns with the following official statement released earlier today.
The international sanctions declared against this country today by the World Council remind us that now, more than ever, we need to come together as a team. Since coming to power, we have eradicated poverty and, as a consequence, seen crime fall to levels previously thought impossible. Our schools, hospitals and youth clubs are thriving, and our transition centres have enabled many thousands to unburden their loved ones with dignity. In any sane world,
Hate
we
that
would be
turn of
held up
phrase.
as a model to emulate. Evidently, this is not that world. The privileged few have lobbied, and now they are striking back. But we will not cower before their tantrums. And we encourage other progressive nations of the world to continue to trade, visit, and share their cultures with ours. Do not be afraid. We have more friends than we can count. We are a team, now more than ever. And this team is on your side. Thank you.
Reassuring stuff. But what do you, the public, think of our refreshingly different government? Robin Short found out.
I was wondering if you could tell me what you think of the government.
What? That shower of iridescent pricks, punishing success and rewarding laziness? They're taking this country down the bloody Swanee. And it's not just me that thinks so. My wife Iris, she agrees.
Putting the grown-ups to shame. An award today for Camp Busy Fingers, which continues to break all production expectations.
Oh, no.
A slightly dazed-looking
The
Sophia
children, they
Remington
yearn for the
presented
mines.
Young foreman Alfie Plank and his team with a certificate, statuette, and a moderately generous tuck shop voucher.
So, how do the public feel about the Youth Employment Opportunity Scheme? Patrick Bannon again.
What's your opinion of Camp Busy Fingers?
What do you think my opinion is? Should be banned. It's bloody child labour. Is that what you like, is it? Children being exploited?
No, I don't.
Pipers at the gates of dawn. Commuters in the capital this morning found themselves surprised and amused by the latest stunt from popular pressure group Disrupt.
Silent protests were held outside underground stations throughout the capital, bringing a pleasantly surreal quality to the morning commute.
Unless, like me, you have a phobia of mimes.
But how do we, as a country, really feel about Disrupt? Robin?
How do you feel about Disrupt?
Oh, well, now you're talking. Ruddy hero, showing us not to take it lying down like Iris here.
It's these guys again?
They're a cause worth supporting.
Well, Iris doesn't speak online, but we're pretty sure there's still one in there, aren't we, love?
Wow, this guy's a prick.
Wherever it is, it loves Disrupt, fighting the oiks for our freedom. And what could possibly be wrong with that?
Do you need me to get you some help?
Feast or famine. Resourceful doctors David Wong and Ingrid Sforsborg and Horgensford today announced their first successful harvest in Dante's taint. Although they can currently only grow a few fungal strains, the scientists seem to be staying positive, as the following picture shows.
The undauntable scientists chose to try and survive in the cave system while the complex rescue operation inches forward up here on dry land.
Let's hope they like stroganoff.
But with Advance planning to spend an eye-watering amount of public money on the rescue craft, we asked Patrick Bannon to find out what we should all be thinking about the accelerating costs.
What are your thoughts on the costs of the rescue?
Oh my God, Patrick Bannon, wash your mouth out with soap. You can't put a value on human life. You have to spend whatever it takes because one day you might be trapped in an underwater cave system and you would want exactly the same.
I don't think so, actually, because for legal reasons, we're actually not allowed within 31 yards of the coastline. So.
The hell did you do?
I am not a number. Applications finally opened today for the new Advanced Team membership cards, a scheme by the government to allow fast access to all the new public services being introduced daily.
The team membership cards are entirely voluntary, but will be recognised as legal identification by all major organisations, including the police, banks and, rightfully, pubs and bars.
Yeah, none of that.
Of course, there's no charge, Jeremy.
It all seems too good to be true.
Well, you've always been a cynic. But most importantly, what should you, the public, think about the new team membership cards?
Team membership
Oh, they're back again.
Absolutely bloody not. That's the thin end of the wedge, isn't it, Iris? First it's, can I see your identification, sir? And then it's, would you mind bending over the table, sir? So Sergeant State Educated and Constable Regional Accent here can stick their truncheon up your berry hair.
Oh, crikey!
They should call them what they are. They're bloody ID cards. Oh, for Christ's sake, what is it, Iris?
Oh, I'm really not happy, Algernon! I'm so sorry. Crikey.
Good on her! Good on her!
Game of two halves. Fresh out of rehab, repentant celebrity sportsman Johnny Hamsleeves is promising to turn over a new leaf.
In a surprisingly energetic appearance on the Whitney Chinwag show this morning, Johnny showed everyone he's certainly full of life and raring to go.
You better not try that on our sofas. I doubt they'll survive the frenzy.
But what should we think of this exuberant behaviour?
Yeah, do agree with him on that
Patrick?
point.
Don't really care, love.
Later tonight, in a break from our usual responsibilities, Jeremy will be taking popular rapper Jesus to task over his street credibility. And then we'll both be meeting the team behind the new play that's got theatre critics buzzing with anticipation.
That's all coming up on tonight.
2, 1, go to titles, roll titles. Oh dear. And cue.
First tonight, let's return to our main story.
With the shine coming off Advance's popularity
and the honeymoon period pretty much over,
the National Nightly News has spared no expense in bringing you the response to today's sanctions from across the continent.
Joining us to help digest this shocking development are Prime Minister Peter Clement from his home in Lanfordshire.
Good evening, Jeremy.
And from Urkistan Foreign Minister Ivan Vodovich.
It's a great pleasure. Miss Wolf, you like...
And from Svenland, Minister of Mojo, Björn.
Hey, everybody.
Minister Vodovich, your country pushed especially hard for these sanctions. Any regrets?
My only regret is I was not able to see the face of my old friend Peter Clements when the results of the vote were announced. As you say, he has one up in your bottoms.
In Finland, we try not to gloat, actually, because it's seen as really ugly and dangerous to some small creatures, yeah?
Oh, don't worry, Minister. Ivan and I go way back. He's a wind-up merchant who can't put for shite. He's just trying to get a rise out of me.
You're like a man who load dissidents onto train to labor camp, not because of love of country, but to make up for size of his tiny penis.
Been on the vodka, Ivan.
No more than you. I see you on election night with mouth like man thinks he's singing beautiful lullaby. But actually he's squealing like a pig in hands of Randy Big Dick Farmer, eh?
Actually, we Svenlandians, we aren't size obsessed. We value passion, yeah? Like the way we spoke up for Mr. Clements' country at the World Council.
That's all well and good. And high and mighty, but where were you for the actual vote, then? Our finger in each other's fjords?
Actually, that's kind of racist. And if you must know, I've had like a really tiring afternoon and my tongue is really sore.
Prime Minister, with Advance's popularity on the wane...
You don't have to bring that up at every given opportunity, you know.
Peter, he's like man who thinks he's sniffing flowers in beautiful glade. But he's actually standing under outflow pipe from shit factory at shit flushing time on day of village festival of shit. I tell him this at 19th hole.
Minister Vodovich believes that left to their own devices, people will behave selfishly.
It's nature of all beasts.
However, in this country, we think our citizens are capable of being more than beasts.
Pathetic idealism.
Minister Björk, Svenland has long had radically different traditions and culture from the rest of the world, and yet it peacefully coexists. Why do you think that is?
Well, you know, I think maybe the world sees us as something they can actually spiritually be enlightened to, yeah?
Yeah, or maybe it's the orgy houses.
Sometimes, when foreign dignitaries come to visit us, they're actually quite skeptical, actually. So we take them on a visit to the Donga district and show them what like a progressive, enlightened society looks like, yeah?
Shit of bull. Svenland is like woman who thinks she makes...
Why do I get the impression this is a bit of a cult?
Contest. And then when she slices it open, it's just full of piss and cum.
That's just really gross, actually.
Svenland is a teeny tiny country. With population smaller than number of people, Peter Clements is sexed with his teeny tiny penis.
It's not all about size, actually.
Yes, that's what Peter Clements always claimed.
I'm talking about population size.
And I'm talking about Peter Clements' teeny tiny...
Oh, fuck off, Ivan!
Oh, Prime Minister, please.
It's so easy to sit on your pile of money and gloat.
He does a bit, doesn't he?
You're a shite leader. A fucking god-awful golfer. And quite frankly, as my old man used to say, you're a bit of a cunt.
Whoa.
Minister, please.
It's you who is cunt.
Minister Vodovich, please.
Your people are fucking starving, pal.
We will see how well fed your people are when the sanctions start to bite. You think you're man like big, scary wolf person terrorizing village, when actually a pathetic goose person searching puddle for tiny dropped-off penis.
Why are you so obsessed about small cocks, mate?
In Finland, we believe like the size of your penis isn't as important as the love it contains, yeah?
Oh, fuck off, yeah.
Okay, if everybody could just calm down.
You're so smug on golf course. They are like man who fuck pig and somehow give her birth to beautiful lady girl. But now you start to see, yes? The people never happy. It's never enough.
It's certainly true that Advance's popularity...
He's on the fucking wane. Yeah, let's go with this bollocks again. Shall we? Actually, you know what? Nah, fuck this. I'm done with this.
Prime Minister, please don't storm out.
No. I have had enough of you, Mr. Jeremy Donaldson, and your snide aside. You think you could make a better job of things, do you? Because it's not that fucking easy, let me tell you. Your channel is a fucking disgrace. You insinuate and edit against us and pick your headlines so people don't trust us. The sooner you roaring monsters are taken into public ownership, the happier everyone in this country will be.
Well,
Sounds like a
we've
threat.
not got long until the adverts, so...
Look, I'm sorry for the outburst, Miss Wolf. Julia thinks very highly of you, and I know you're not the one making the editorial decisions.
Do any of you have anything you wish to add about the sanctions?
My work here is done. I like man who happy he lie down with fatty, drunk, easy girl from Village Inn, who discover in morning he wake up next to beautiful news reporter lady.
You know, I think it would be a terrible shame, yeah, if the people of your country were to suffer because of teenage grudges and personal rivalries, yeah.
Thank you. Prime Minister?
This country, this wonderful, civilized, creative, inventive country, we're not scared of these sanctions. There's no wolves at our door, only the best of
No, there's one in the interview.
So no, Ivan, we're not afraid.
20 seconds to out.
I doubt we'll lose a wink of sleep because we're strong and we're well resourced and we don't back down to bullies.
And on that note, we have to wrap up.
Ministers, Prime Minister, thank
Four,
you for joining.
3,
We'll be back.
2, 1. Roll the BT.
1 minute back.
Peter, you're so easy. So many buttons to push.
Piss off, Ivan.
Well, I see you at Grange this weekend.
No, I've got meetings. Some tossers impose sanctions on the country.
Well, shit.
I mean, wow.
So that happened? Roaring monsters.
Public ownership?
You two are like a couple who think you are king and queen of village, when actually you are just puppets on a string of evil hippie-hand puppet legs.
New government censorship should show up in blue. Same as regular censoring. Keep an eye out for the blue waveform.
Government censorship. Yeah. Watch me play the game, mate. Watch me play the game.
You're still meant to bow to foreign royalty.
What?
Should I just like curtsy?
Hang on. Have they given you the Crown Prince report?
What?
Meghan?
This is Jeremy. He'll be interviewing you.
Yo, thanks for having me on your show, man.
It's quite all right.
Yo, just a quick one. You're not going to ask me about the chimp, are you?
Live in 10 seconds.
Because he put that get up on himself.
What?
Going in 5, 4.
Ready on camera 1.
Welcome back. I'm Megan Wolf. Later, we have an exclusive first look at a theatrical sensation everyone's going to be talking about. But first, it's time to go over to the culture spot with lovely old Jeremy Donaldson, who's joined by a very special guest. Jeremy.
Thanks, Megan. I have the honour and privilege of being joined by hip-hop royalty. He's been called the son of the streets and the father of truth. Not sure how that works, but whatever. Let's welcome Jesus!
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, it's a real honor to be here on your show, The News. You know, as a kid on the streets, I used to watch you through a window of the shop, so to be here right now is crazy.
You've had quite the journey to be here today. Can you tell us about it?
Well, you know, I try not to, well, you know, the past is the past, and I don't like to dwell on it.
I understand.
But yeah, man, the streets is all I remember. Like, my mother donated me to a charity shop soon after I was born. Elderly lady.
I shouldn't laugh.
You know, she let me sleep on a pile of crime fiction until I taught myself how to walk.
Wow, that's quite the childhood.
And she died tragically. Right there in my arms, man. You know, I remember a tear falling as she laid there next to the used homeware. And in that moment, I became a child of the streets. I was just 18 months old.
What a tale. What a tale. You're known for your direct and honest lyrics. Was your style informed by your troubled past?
Oh, like I said, I try not to talk about it. It's just it's just too hard.
Of course.
But my first album is about the story of the first 4 times I stole, so I wouldn't starve. A small group of infants came to see me as their de facto leader. They call me Mr. Cheese Slice. Anyway, we were like a family.
So it would seem. Recently, you've been quite outspoken about the government.
Yeah, fuck the government. Fuck Advance. Fuck Peter Clement.
What is it that you object to so vehemently?
Well, you know, they stole from us. They're taking our money and spending it, man.
Redistributing it. Actually, homelessness has been all but eliminated in the last couple of months.
So?
Surely that's a cause close to your heart?
Yeah, nah, of course, man. Very much so. I just mean, like, why do I have to pay for it, you know?
You don't. People have been rehoused on property seized from the historically wealthy. And that couldn't have been you, could it?
Look, yeah, I worked hard to be here. I built this from nothing, and I deserve to be rewarded for that.
Would you say you worked harder than, say, a farmer or a care worker?
I don't know. But if people are taking something from my music, choose to value it, buy it, who's to say I don't? And no one can take that away from me.
Not even to help, say, vulnerable children? Mr. Cheese Slice.
What is it you're trying to say?
I just don't understand where you've placed yourself politically. I mean, is it ideological or is it tactical?
Well, it's more of a...
Or maybe it's hereditary.
Stop trying to tie me in knots with your words, Jeremy. I let the music speak for itself. And the people agree with me.
Well, that remains to be seen. But you have given me a very easy segue out of a conversation that I promise you was much more painful for me than it was for you. So here he is with his hit song, Mrs. Ludlow's Tears.
Oh, no. I'm going to do something a little different. It's a new single I've been working on.
Oh, so this is unapproved, is it?
Yeah. You love it.
Excellent. Don't worry, we've got a state-of-the-art censorship system. What's the worst that could happen? So here he is with a new song. Aren't we lucky? It's Jesus!
First,
Here we go.
you're gonna pay up. You're gonna pay back.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel the elation from your participation. Still two leaders in this motherfucking nation. Now we're getting sanctioned, talking about expansion. Why does Julius require a massive fucking mansion? So fuck all your schemes. I don't need your freaky team, and I don't need your help to achieve my fucking dreams. So don't make a fuss when you find you're one of us. Yeah, every single one of you's a bit Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me. But I won't waste a lifetime being motherfucking lazy. I may be inventive, my taste may be expensive. But why would I get out of bed with no fucking incentive? Although it's contravention of your obvious intention. I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. The best of the praise of the crest of the wave. Cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Take this fact, gonna stain it red. Gonna slam it into Peter Clement's motherfucking head. Cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. It's time to stone a castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. So this is for the snub ones, the push and the shove ones, the folks who feel the burden of their motherfucking loved ones. Ones who had plenty like a motherfucking Bentley. The ones who now finding that their bank accounts are empty. The ones of aspiration, who had to flee a nation. The ones who built a business out of dreams of perspiration. There's all sorts of people, the good and the evil. It only takes a glance to see we're not all equal.
It's the timing.
You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. And the best of the praise of the crest of the ways. Cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Gonna take this back, gonna stain it red. Gonna slam it into Peter Clement's motherfucking head. Cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to stone a castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Get out of your seats, get your asses in the streets. Set a fire in the building, let him feel some fucking heat. Say you hate to go getters, no squilling bet letters, and burn them on the pyres of Advance's fucking letters. Gonna take this tracks, gonna stain it red, gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head. Cause he's fit as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to storm the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Chase that dream, you don't need a fucking team. And advances, little dancers aren't as harmless as it seems. Cause they're
It's actually pretty good.
Then your anger, then your hearts and your minds and your fists to destruct.
Oh dear, what a shame. The censorship system seems to have failed.
Jesus there with his new song. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. I'm sorry. I may not agree with you, but I'd just like to offer you an apology. I've just been told that there was some kind of issue upstairs, and an attempt was made to censor some of your lyrics.
What? Are you joking?
I'd just like to say to you and everyone at home that this was a mistake.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe this.
Here at the National Nightly News, we pride ourselves on remaining neutral, unbiased, and independent of any outside interference. You have my word. We will never censor ideas. Back to you, Megan.
Well, a bit of dangerous language there, sorry about that. Well, thank you to little Jeremy Donaldson for providing our culture spot. Coming up, we'll be speaking to a couple of familiar faces about their upcoming dramatic outing. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
That's the ad.
Just to remind you, fixing that old VCR.
It's ridiculous.
Last ad break.
This is just a mix-up, I'm sure. Now, if you come with me, I really do have to ask
Oh,
you to
stop
leave
it.
it.
My father's going to hear about this.
I understand.
My father's going to hear about this.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy.
Yeah, that wasn't my best. The rhythm sections really throw me.
Nourishes from root to tip for 8 times the strength of other brands. 6 out of 10 shampoo is recommended.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, shut up, stop it.
Look at him.
If we could just get you in position.
Oh, say no more. Say no more.
Oh, it's these two again.
Jeremy, you remember Mr. Algebra?
Vividly.
And Mr. Harris, and this is Ms. Radin.
What?
Philippa, please.
We're back together again, eh? Who'd have thought it?
Perhaps a lower order demon.
Yes, it is awfully exciting, isn't it?
Right, okay then.
Yeah, algebra's back.
We're going live in 10 seconds, opening on camera 1.
Ready on camera 1?
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. And no, you're not mistaken. Sitting across from us are some very familiar faces.
You really are too kind, Megan. It was only a yogurt commercial, but I'm still proud of it.
Here to talk about his new show, we're joined by National Treasure Tommy Harris, the National Theatre's Philippa Radin, and National Deficit Jeff Elton.
It's so lovely to have you all.
National deficit.
Would you like to tell us about the show?
You know what? I'd bloody love to. It's about me. It's about my life.
And where did the idea come from?
So, right, picture this. Their legs are akimbo, mid-session, sweat is pouring out of me like an immense hog. And then Cindy comes in, she says, Pete's on the phone.
That's Peter Clement, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Pete's actually a really good mate of mine.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, no, he comes to training sometimes. He's actually a pretty good goal sweeper. Anyway, so, Pete, he says, Toby, he thinks my name's Toby, see? He says, how would you like to spread your message of team spirit and cooperation across this fractured nation? How would you like to really make a difference in these desperate times?
What did you say?
Yeah, right, yeah.
So, Jeff, the question on everyone's lips is, what in God's name are you doing here?
Well, after the success of my debut work and all the people that I've touched, I knew that I had a
Raising
career in theatre. Yeah? I've always been an admirer of Tommy from afar. So when my manager phoned and said that I'd been offered the gig as director, I was ecstatic. I whipped my trousers off and got straight to work.
Why did you do that?
I do all my best work with my trousers off.
Yeah, I've been told that too.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right, Tommy, sorry, would you just give us a sense of what the show's
That roast.
about?
It's about how hard it's been for me and some of the struggles that I've faced. It's like really getting to the heart of how tough it is to be me. I call it Tommy Harris, Jesus, that was hard.
Catchy. We actually have some clips of the process of the show. Would you mind telling us what's going on here?
Yeah, so the show is built around two things that are very important to me. It mixes scenes from my life as well as epic fantasy retellings of scenes from my life.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
I'm sorry, son. You're an embarrassment.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
Back, demon! Back to the hells! Back to the hells!
Philippa, what's it been like co-starring with Tommy Harris?
I've always dreamed of treading the boards at medium-scale regional theatres, Megan. And for once, this show really gives me something to sink my teeth into.
What's different about this show, then?
Broke a rule there.
Mr. Harris's show really lets me show my tremendous range as an actor. I've always suffered from typecasting, forced to play the same tired characters in every god-awful yogurt advert or godforsaken soap opera or, God forbid, a pantomime. But, you know, this show has really let me just go there.
Jeff, the viewers at home will be dying to know exactly what is it that you bring to the show?
Good question. I think these guys would agree with me when I say that it's my steady hand on the tiller, my arm round the shoulder approach that's really brought the production from strength to strength.
Absolutely right. Jeff's contributions are immeasurable. He was our rock.
I'm annoyed that I missed that.
Give us a sneak peek of anything else that might be in the show.
Yeah, all sorts, yeah.
Yep. We've got lots of exclusive first-hand experiences of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
And some epic fantasy retellings of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
You'll never take the sacred pass!
And am I right in saying this was officially commissioned by the government?
Yeah, all paid for by the taxpayer, which, you know, to be honest, was actually a lifesaver, really.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that without Advance's support, we'd have had to cut the finale.
Which frankly would have been a travesty.
Oh, God, Jesus Christ!
Wow, we can see where the budget went.
Every night. Absolutely. It's a metaphor.
For what?
Death.
And the public are footing the bill, are they?
Too bloody right they are. Between the cost of my tour bus and the dry cleaning of my ties, I'm barely scraping a profit here.
Amazing. And where can the folks at home come and see this for themselves?
We're performing all over the nation.
And people can see it for absolutely free, all courtesy of Advance. Isn't that incredible, Jeremy?
Yes, it's unbelievable.
Free so that you can have a propaganda.
Coming. Next time we see you, no doubt, you'll have taken our jobs.
That's all we have time for tonight. Join us tomorrow when I'll be interviewing the world's most attractive horse. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolfe. And from all of us here, have a peaceful night.
And we're clear.
That's the ads. Let's get reset for tomorrow, please.
Hey, we must stop bumping into each other like this, eh?
Oh.
Bloody Nora, that was like pulling teeth. Not my best run. At least I got my full wages. Oh, hey, we've moved up in the world a bit. Hey. All going according to plan. Right, I think we got enough time for one more stretch because I need to be off at 5. Day 278. A sign of things to come. Uh-oh, this sounds ominous. Shopping, something that always seems so tedious before the sanctions, has become even more of a chore now. You managed to get almost everything you needed for family this evening, but you'll have to come back tomorrow to get through the week. There's a queue to leave the car park, but it's hard to make out why in the dark. Hopefully whatever's causing it won't be long. As the final car in front of you drives off, you realise the queue is actually due to a checkpoint set up at the exit. A friendly-looking man in an advanced uniform, CCO emblazoned in a number of places on it, approaches your car and knocks on the driver's side window. Roll it down. Good evening, nothing to worry about. I was just wondering if I could see your team membership card, please. But these cards supposed to be voluntary. Sorry, I don't have one. That's not a problem. We've got forms with us right here, and we're more than happy to sign you up. The man gestures to his colleague behind him, a young woman in a similar uniform. She's clearly received the short end of the stick and is stuck with the paperwork. I thought these cards weren't required. Well, strictly speaking, they're not. There's also loads of benefit to having them, and there's no reason not to get one. His smile fades a bit when he puts her hand up to scratch the back of his neck for a moment. He leans over you, his presence now seeming a bit intimidating. You know what? No thanks, it's not something I want right now. Almost instantly, the friendly demeanour is gone as his expression is one of stern disapproval. Obviously, I can't make you sign up, but I'll strongly recommend you do, and soon. We wouldn't want people to think you had anything to hide, would we? He takes a step back and gestures for you to drive on. You're now sure you see him writing something down in your rearview mirror as you head home, somewhat more hurriedly than before. Clearly, Advance are very keen on everyone joining the team. Oh, isn't this problematic? Day 290, an invitation worth ignoring. It's a Saturday, one of your few days off, and you've made the most of it. But as late afternoon draws on, the invitation sits pinned to the fridge, staring accusingly at you. Channel 1 Gala is a mandatory work event, Bo Smooth's quick to tell you. Also, don't you dare be late. Yeah, we've used up our freebie, so can't go and do it again. Let's start getting ready. I wonder if Sam will give you a lift. A drink or two might help with the enforced office socialising. Hopefully it won't be too bad. After all, you're pretty good at your job, right? National News Night. Uh-oh. Why am I somewhat concerned now? You arrived on time, barely at the Savonian, one of the oldest and grandest hotels in the capital. You're surprised to see a queue to get in and quickly realise it's because people are being searched at the door by some very military-looking personnel in smart attire. While you're waiting, you can't help but notice just how opulent the building is, possibly the fanciest place you've been to in your life. You submit to being patted down and with a sigh of relief are let into the hotel. Once inside, you're directed to the grand ballroom, and following the signs you marvel at the sheer scale of the place and the amount of armed security guards inside. When you finally arrived, a very severe-looking woman at the door asks for your name. I'm Alex Winston. She curtly checks her list before whispering something to the waiter beside her. You've made it just in time to be seated before dinner. Please follow Emmanuel here to your table. The waiter smiles at you and opens one of the great double doors, gesturing for you to enter. Immediately, you can see why it's called the Grand Ballroom. Pause for a second to take it all in. Feel a slight tap on your arm, and Emmanuel gestures for you to follow him. He seats you at a table in the central floor area with a decent view of the stage. Clearly, you're in Boseman's good books at the moment. You're sat with some colleagues you've seen around the Channel 1 offices before, but don't know that well. One of you informs you, far too excitedly, it's a very corporate evening of awards and speeches. At least the food should be good. Oh, shit. I'm going to have to give a speech, aren't I? Dinner is indeed lovely, and with the help of the, no doubt, very expensive wine, conversation flows easily enough. In fact, much to your surprise, you're actually presented with an award for Best Newcomer to the Channel 1 family. This is unexpected. As you walk up to collect it, you recognise the presenter as Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey of Incisors fame. He thanks Advance for sponsoring this year's gala before specifically thanking Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement for being in attendance tonight. As you take to the stage, you see the frontmost central table does indeed seat the Prime Ministers as well as Boseman, Meghan and some very other well-to-do types you don't recognise. That explains all the security. As you're handed the award, Dr. Atkinson Blimey asks if you'd like to say a few words. This is dangerous. We're sort of like... this is us breaking cover here a little bit. They know that because they know we're the one in the hot seat controlling everything. But I really want to make a joke at Dave's expense. I want to thank Dave as well. Who here in chat wants to thank Dave? All right. I think in that case then, given all of this, we'll thank Dave. Make a joke thanking Dave for fleeing the country and leaving him his job. Most of the room breaks out into polite laughter, but you see that neither of the Prime Ministers cracks so much as a smile. And nor does Boseman. He's too busy frantically flipping between examining Peter and Julia for reaction and glaring daggers at you. Eventually, they join in the light applause as Adrian ushers you back to your seat. May not have been the smartest move. Just as you're finishing up dinner, one of the other people at your table points behind you. As you turn to see Boseman walking briskly past, with Salisbury and Clement in tow, you're pretty sure he was pointedly ignoring you. He seems to be introducing the Prime Ministers to a selection of people at different tables. Better them than you. You finish off the rest of the meal, listening to the last few speeches, and then head home. All in all, it's a surprisingly nice evening. You might actually look forward to the next one, providing Boseman invites you to that one, of course. Yeah, I think we're playing with fire here. Oh no. I've just realised our daughter's in the same country as the minister who is pushing Clemence's buttons. Crap.
Excessively due to the current heat wave. When they get too hot, the trip switch will blow, as you've seen. Once things have cooled down and the trip switch is back to normal, you can get the power back on. You should keep the fan pointed at the correct valve by aiming it up and down. The middle gauge when you're facing the screen will warn you, so keep an eye on it. Also, maintenance tells me that the fan power switch occasionally turns off for no good reason, so keep an ear open for that too. I'm sure you've already worked all this out though, Alex. You're a rising star at this network and we're all very
What, you got
proud of
someone
you.
to hose down the sun, have you?
Yes, they've just strapped on their wax wings.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
More like keep us in line. I hate guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
I actually backed Jeremy on that. Oh crap, ads.
That good enough for you? Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight: siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions now entering their 10th week. In a statement from team headquarters a short time ago,
They're the same picture.
Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
The regrettable decision taken by the World Council this morning have left the citizens of this country isolated and
That's
fearful.
sneaky.
But Advance have prepared for this day. Our stockpiles are large, our wealth is unfathomable, and we will defend our citizens with every last breath from this latest brutal and calculated act of war. We are with you, one team, indivisible and strong. Thank you.
He does not believe that at all.
New leaf. Former footballer Johnny Handsleeves has made a surprising revelation about what he plans to do now he's leaving rehab. Having successfully finished his treatment of facing public indifference, the sporting hero has decided to step away from public life and dedicate his time to the betterment of others.
I do want this guy to like
To abandon professional
get a
sports for a life of science has shocked even those
redemption
closest
arc.
to him. His former coach, Jimmy Tracksuit, said it's such a shame to see someone so good at kicking a ball give it all up to advance the frontiers of human medical knowledge. In it to win it, exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more than money used to be. Take-up on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Soldiering on, despite universal criticism and threats of legal action, the CEO of Remington's Fist insists she'll be continuing the controversial Junior Employment Opportunity Scheme. Sophia Remington has courted controversy throughout her short career, but the continuation of the program, described by many as a child labour force...
It is a child labour force.
Unsurprisingly, Sophia emerged from an emergency resolution meeting looking extremely troubled, telling reporters, "It all came as a real shock. I thought people hated children as much as I do." Oh, Captain, my Captain. Progress today for the stranded scientists of Dante's Taint, as the captain leading their rescue mission is announced. The trapped team have survived in the cave system for many months now, but hope is on the horizon as the expedition leader is announced by the Board of Underground Theoretics. A respected professional with decades of experience, training and knowledge, Captain Audrey Aerospace is said to be the only real choice to successfully save the troubled scientific excursion, but an unfortunate one to be sat next to at a dinner party or social occasion. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos in Parliament Park last night. Scuffles broke out after the protests, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers.
That's what CCO stands for.
The reckless fire will certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images. As their actions escalate, people across the country are asking themselves, who are Disrupt? And what exactly do they want? Other than a new box of matches, of course. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the
8 seconds to titles.
Feline Football Championship.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1 to titles. Anyone would think I do this as a job. Shit.
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country. These are the people of this great nation of ours are coping with this unprecedented...
Well, that's the first loss. Alright, let's go back. Let's pick this up. Yeah, that all got away from me a bit there. Oh well, it happens. Right.
I'm sweating like Peter Clement in an off-license here.
Okay, we're working on it.
What, you've got someone to hose down the sun, have you?
Yes, they've just strapped on their wax wings.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air
Oh, I love the
You know,
Icarus
I genuinely thought
thing
he'd be
there.
in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
More like keep us in line. I hate guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
So we've got any actual real news tonight?
Well, the world's on fire. That good enough for you? Going in 5, 4, 3.
Right, let's pick this up and try and do a
Good
better
evening.
job this time.
I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and
I'm going to
punitive
see the
sanctions
other option and see
now
what she
entering
comes
their
out
10th
with.
week. In a statement from team headquarters a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
The regrettable decision taken by the World Council this morning have left the citizens of this country isolated and fearful. But advanced
Yeah, you don't get a choice over this one. Ref!
Our stockpiles are large, our wealth is unfathomable, and we will defend our citizens with every last breath from this latest brutal and calculated act of war. We are with you, One team.
Dave was here. Love it.
Indivisible and strong.
Thank you.
New leaf. Former footballer Johnny Handsleeves has made a surprising revelation about what he plans to do now he's leaving rehab. Having
They're gonna stick with
successfully
that.
finished his treatment for facing public indifference,
Oh, it's all
the
go, isn't it?
hero has decided to step away from public life and dedicate his time to the betterment of others. His decision to abandon professional sports for a life of science has shocked even those closest to him. His former coach, Jimmy Tracksuit, said it's such a shame to see someone so good at kicking a ball give it all up to advance the frontiers of human medical knowledge. In it to win it, exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes.
I think
worth
Jeremy
more
sort
than
of
money
like
used to
sees,
be.
like
Take up
Jeremy and
on
Megan. I
much
think it'll
higher
all
than
change depending on
expected.
who you
And if
side
it's
with.
lucky winners' delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Soldiering on, despite universal criticism and threats of legal action, the CEO of Remington's Fist insists she'll be continuing the controversial Junior Employment Opportunity Scheme.
Oh, it's the photo from the
Has
camping
caused
trip.
controversy throughout her
Oh,
short
that's
career.
cute.
But the continuation of the program, described by many as a child labour force, is a low point even for her. Unsurprisingly, Sophia emerged from an emergency resolution meeting looking extremely troubled, telling reporters, "It all came as a real shock. I thought people hated children as much as I did." Oh, Captain, my Captain. Progress today for the stranded scientists of Dante's Taint, as the captain leading their rescue mission is announced. The trapped team have survived in the cave system for many months now.
I'm waiting
Hope
for this
is
to
on
go
the
out
horizon
again.
As the expedition leader is announced by the Board of Underground Theoretics. A respected professional with decades of experience, training and
Does
knowledge.
anybody know where
Captain
fucking Dave
Audrey
is?
Aerospace is said to be the only
Oh my
real
God, what if
choice
Dave's leading
to successfully
Disrupt?
save the troubled scientific excursion, but an unfortunate one to be sat next to at a dinner party or social occasion. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos in Parliament Park last night. Scuffles broke out after the protests. resulting in
Imagine that
multiple
as a
arrests
play.
and the injury of 3 community
Like,
cohesion
Dave
officers.
turns out to be leader of the
Advance
revolution.
comment. The reckless fire will certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images. As their actions escalate, people across the country are asking themselves, who are Disrupt? And what exactly do they want? Other than a new box of matches, of course. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as
Right.
one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship.
Titles in 5
A
seconds.
proud owner.
In 3,
That's all up on tonight's
2,
National
1.
News.
Titles in. Heard that switch go this time. Here's the music becoming way more distorted. There we go, we're back in sync.
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country to see how the people of this great nation of ours are coping with this unprecedented hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
Hugh, Megan?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns of the University of Princeford. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? My eyelids are sweating.
And you're part of a team carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident.
It's a bit on the news.
Very much so. I can say without any hesitation. There's
Might have
really
to go
no
see
cause
what
for
Jeremy's so
concern
upset
here.
about after
I've
this.
actually left my car running.
So tell us about this experiment.
Well, we take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer, and very soon we'll be getting a high-tech readout of the results.
Blimey, that sounds very fancy.
I should just say,
None of this would be possible without the generous support of Rivington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future, and may I just say, complimentary personal anecdote. Oh, here we go.
Wow.
And, as expected, everything is absolutely fucked. Hang on. This can't be right.
Right, but obviously you said a second ago that everything is absolutely fine, so...
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We should be celebrating these wonderful results, I think.
Yeah? We need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look thirsty.
Here it just says, shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a celebration. Can't go around looking like that.
Shit.
There you go. Much better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for providing all of this?
Everyone,
Jeremy looks enthralled by what's going on.
Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that everything is just fine. I'm Megan Wolf, here with science. Back to you.
Megan Wolf there.
It's a bit early, but
to do some
fine.
actual news. Next, heads over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford with some of the winners of this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Failsafe, a janitor at the local school, and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet. Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing prize. How do you feel?
Filled with fervent euphoria.
Yeah, good, yeah.
And all that we had to do was fill in a quick form or two.
Wow, that sounds so convenient. But we're all dying to know, what have you won?
That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with Julia Salisbury at one of the capital's top restaurants.
Ooh, swanky.
And I've been invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
That's absolutely terrific. You must both be...
Oh dear.
I've written a poem about it.
Oh,
so,
no.
can you tell me about the moment when you first heard the news?
Well, I was battling against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza.
So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh. How unexpected.
I don't polish turds. I write poetry.
Potato, potato. So, Gary...
Do you think Peter Clement's going to let me keep the contents of his downpipe?
There's no harm in asking, I suppose.
Would you like to hear one?
No, thank you. Gary, when you signed up for team membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery? Or were
God,
there other
this
reasons?
is painful.
I like a flutter, of course, but no, the boss said I had to sign up to keep coming into school.
Very sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
No!
Or an anthology of haikus on the death of innocence.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
Oh.
Are you all right?
Yes, it's coming. It's inspiration, and it's delicious.
Oh no.
Right you are.
Today on the show, there's no news. Just a man who keeps multiple poos.
Ah, no, you don't.
It's my favourite. See how it's fibrous.
Oh God, he's got him on a tray.
Would you encourage other people to enter for their chance to win?
If it's colour you're looking for, take a gander at old Blue Eyes here.
The national news lost its way when it covered some crap on a tray.
Some of these are quite rare.
Maybe that was unfair.
And that's all we have time for today. Back to you, Jeremy.
Hugh, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals. Patrick?
You, Patrick.
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which is recently
Gotcha.
the smelliest town in the country. And I have to say that, you know, in this heat, the smell
Knew that
really
fan was going to go off.
It's something else. Barry Lardons, mate. You've lived here your whole life. How'd you put up with the stink?
Well, we're just all very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you. You can tell that, look at him, proud as punch. Do you know what it's like, son, being the second smelliest town? No, I don't. Living in the shadow of Arseminster. Those smug fucks. But who's laughing now, eh?
Well, not me, that's for sure. So what happened,
Minster.
mate?
Fantastic.
Right, the good people from Remington's Fist came in and saved the day with their factory.
You're talking, of course, about the
Yeah, it's a lesser-known town in the UK.
Yeah, they gave us this big presentation on jobs and growth. But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them
It's
whatever
just down the
they
road from
wanted.
Pratt's Bottom.
Put it here.
Does the stink not affect your life in every way, Barry? I mean, perhaps if you're filling in a tax return or completing the physical act of love.
It's strong at first, but you get used to it after several weeks of your first bout of sickness. The judges were very impressed.
So, what's the sickness?
Oh, that's nothing to worry about. It takes a few minutes before you develop any symptoms. Now, folk are saying something about the production line and how they dump carcasses directly into the water main, but I think it's probably the fume valves on the high street.
On the high street? Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms?
Well, the first one is asking stupid questions. Then folk experience a loss of inhibition.
Fuck off, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, you stinking old tramp?
Next recording is a period of randomly bursting into song, followed immediately by delusions of grandeur.
Oh, that's not really a problem. Never sung in my life. Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon, and he's wearing sexy shorts now. Oh my God, look at me. I'm like a stallion. I'm gorgeous. Why didn't you tell me? I should take my shirt off. You know what? I'll even let you touch me if you want.
That will be the bout of undeserved self-confidence.
Love the Bannon. Feel the Bannon. Oh, man. What's the
And the ennui. All that's left now are the hallucinations and unconsciousness.
No, Dottie. Was that you? Why are you made out of elbows? You know I don't eat opinions.
Oh, don't worry, folks. Once he wakes up, he'll be just fine. We'll just find a place to stick him where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels. Right, that's all here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink. Oh.
Shit.
With a naval blockade being set up around our coastline as we speak, when we come back, I'll be talking to 3 members of the general public who appear to be here purely for medical reasons. Don't go away. Unless, of course, you've got something better to do. We'll be
Going
back
to add into
after these messages.
now.
This next section features a potentially controversial guest, and Barnes may request some censorship if he goes too off-topic. You've done a great job so far keeping everyone happy, so let's keep up the good work.
Yeah, and I can't do this anymore.
You say this every Friday.
I've done something.
What do you mean? Jeremy?
My mic is still.
Oh, I got an A+ on that segment. Fantastic. Boom.
Root to tip for 8 times the strength of other brands.
That's what I'm talking about? Cat football? We should be doing an interview with the War Minister, or a report from Grentham Downs. Even the weather will be more fucking relevant than this.
Jeremy, please, just breathe. It's just something light to keep people's minds off things.
Exactly, which is wrong. People's minds should be very much on things. Christ, it's so fucking hot.
Please take your seats as quickly as you can.
I can't do this anymore, Jenny. I've had enough. That's it. This is just
10 seconds. Get over yourself, Jeremy. Why don't you stop feeling sorry for yourself for 5 seconds? 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, your host, Jeremy Donaldson. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin. But
football
first,
team?
I'm joined by 3 guests with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a woman who's been hiccuping for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Tell us, what brought all this on?
Well, it's all a bit of a blur, Jeremy, to be totally frank with you. So I was watching your show and I remember seeing the news about the
went to the
election.
wrong camera.
It hasn't stopped since.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steampipe. Perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological foreboil is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like me were respected. We're constantly overlooked in the workplace, we're whispered about on buses, and we're asked politely to leave children's birthday parties. And it's disgusting.
That cut was perfect.
I'm sorry, my bowels have comic timing.
Yes, they do.
I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
With a combination of booze, self-hatred, and hardcore pornography.
Absolute mad lad.
My therapist.
Well, in that case, let's speak to Rose. Tell me, how does the hiccuping impact you?
I get shushed a lot, which is hard. At work, they've asked me to stop answering the phones. It's really affected my confidence.
Well, I find it really fucking irritating.
Do people tend to believe your story?
Fuck no.
Actually, I've been surprised at how much support I've received.
And Frankie, why have you come here today?
Because my wife left me, and I was hoping that the fame would win her back.
We've started a group for people with ailments deemed broadly comical by society. It's called Take Us Seriously.
I mean, we bloody well mean it.
And who's joined so far?
A bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And how much success have you had?
Well, we've seen some real positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Oh dear.
Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
Come down, Mr. Donaldson, that's absolute rubbish.
What it'd be like to have a pair of tits.
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hot. What was I thinking?
That you're a team fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
Apologies. Just a reminder that he can't help it. And hey, if this isn't live television, then what is it?
Fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get involved with your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's strings.
No, I didn't say.
Wow, we may have to end that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Oh God.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin, a ginger tabby with a world-class pair of penalty paws. Is that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you.
Unhand him at once. Enough. That's enough.
Come on, Jeremy.
Enough.
What are you doing?
Trying not to piss myself.
Alex, cut.
Don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. Now, you in the broadcast centre, Bozeman's Little Scapegoat, you listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio.
You got it, boss.
I am thinking about what I'm doing. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be. Christ, it's so fucking hot in here. Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lottery winners and bloody cat football? We are on the brink of a siege, the likes of which the world hasn't seen in hundreds of years. The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these three fucking idiots.
I think my hiccups have stopped.
You three, get the fuck out of my studio. Go on, now, go, before I change my mind. Jenny, lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Now. Good. Yes. Now. Good. Right. Yes. You in the broadcast centre.
Yep.
Alex, you listen to me. You pay attention. Now, I'm sure you've already loaded up exactly what you're going to play in the commercial, but today is going to be a little bit different. Look to your right. Yes, really. Look.
Oh, you
There's a
blinder.
VHS tape, and I want you to load it into one of the machines, and when I say so, and not before, you play it.
Chambered and ready to go, mate.
15 seconds, so I wouldn't waste any time. Now, all cameras.
I assume you won't be playing that tape. This station does not negotiate with terrorists. I hope I've made myself clear. You seem to know what to do.
Every single thing that comes out of this studio is either one-sided or banal. We're going to show the other side for a bit. For a bit of fucking balance. Like the good old days. Alex, play the fucking tape.
Gotcha. Right, I've got to pause because my other half has got back and I just need to say hello to her. Be right back. Legitimately, I think I have been on Jeremy's side for most of this. So let's see what this tape has. And if anybody gives me any grief, he had a gun, he was threatening to kill people. I wasn't having that on my conscience.
Hurt any of you. If I see anything I don't like, I will not hesitate to
Alex, you're going to get me in trouble with that. Let's hope you made the right call.
Reset the system for the third segment.
You've seen our
I imagine the
symbols on
ratings are going to be
news.
through the roof.
You've heard them talk about us on the news. We are Disrupt. We are the Resistance. It's time you knew the truth. You know Advance are lying to you. You know the elderly are not a burden. You know the rich were not all evil. And you know the team membership card is an ID card, no matter what they try to tell you. But why should you trust us? Another faceless organization. A shadowy figure with a distorted voice. You've seen it so many times in the movies. Well, this is not a movie.
Oh my god, it's him.
My name is Alan James.
Oh, this fucking
I
whack
used to try and
job.
shock people for a living, for entertainment. But now we live in a time where perhaps you need to be shocked. Perhaps we need to wake up. Advance are coming for our freedoms. They're coming for the fruits of our labours. They will take our wealth. They will euthanize our parents and smiling throughout. They will turn our children against us if we voice our concerns. But you don't have to accept it. A great many people already won't. You can resist. You can disrupt. Find us. Talk with us. Join us. It isn't hard. We're everywhere.
This wasn't what I planned. I mean, some of it was. I had a speech, look. But this was unexpected. This was unexpected.
So what now, Jeremy?
It was supposed to be your day off. It was supposed to be your day off.
Please, don't do any more stupid things today.
How long, Jenny? How long?
You already lied.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Welcome back to the Joining me, unexpectedly, for I very much imagine will be my last broadcast, are two new guests. Jenny works here at the National Nightly News, and is someone I consider, well, a friend. And next to her is, what's your name?
Andy.
What's your name? Andy's a policeman. Only we don't call him that anymore. He's a community cohesion official.
Officer.
Sorry?
It's community cohesion officer, CCO.
And how's that feel, Andy? Being rebranded?
It's good. It's not about confrontation anymore. You know, the force had its fair share of problems. The team doesn't have as many.
But it still has some.
I couldn't say.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
I don't know what you want me to say.
Christ, you're fucking useless, aren't you? We'll come back to you later. Jenny?
Don't want to be on the news, Jeremy.
That's perfectly understandable. We'd want to do this. Jenny, why did you join the National Nightly News team?
I always wanted to work in news.
Yes, but why specifically this program? The National Nightly News.
It was the news everyone trusted. Is. Do you really want to quibble semantics at gunpoint?
Is there something else you'd rather discuss? Is there something else
There's
you'd
a great
rather
big
discuss?
Alan James-sized elephant in the room you seem to be ignoring.
What do you mean?
I saw your face when that hood came down. You didn't know, did you?
It's about the message, not the messenger. It's about the message, not the messenger. No. I didn't know. The people I met were with... He wasn't there. I didn't know it was Alan James.
I'm sorry. But seriously. Alan. Fucking James. You're flushing your life down the toilet for... God, I love you, Jeremy, but...
He's a good speaker. He's popular in the country.
That right?
Look, forget Alan James. There is still something deeply wrong. And you know it, Jenny. And you know it, Andy. And you at home, you know it too. Meanwhile, I'm interviewing a guest who stinks of shit. Patrick is paddling about in shit. And Robin is literally interviewing someone who collects the fucking stuff. I mean, it's not sophisticated, Paul. What a metaphor. We are sleepwalking our way into a...
No.
And the news isn't saying anything. We're not saying anything.
Says who? Alan fucking James.
What are all those scientists working on at Grantham Downs? What are they testing underground at Altergrave? Andy, your turn. Make yourself fucking useful. How many people have you brought in for consultations just because they weren't carrying or didn't have team membership cards?
Oh, well, there's other forms of identification that we will accept.
For how long?
We're just here to help.
Then why do you need these? Then why do you need these? Not really help when it's offered at gunpoint, is it, Andy? Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me help you. Let me help you. You read these cards with my notes on it, and you'll probably digest a fact. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it, Andy? Knowing a fact?
Well, I don't understand.
Do you want my help,
Yes,
Andy?
yes, whatever you say, yes.
Security are here, Jeremy.
Eat it.
Security are here.
What?
Eat it. Eat the fucking news, Andy, or I'll force it down your fucking throat.
Jeremy, stop.
Go on.
Really?
Eat it. Eat it, you fucking bully.
Jeremy, stop.
He will kill you. Please, don't make me watch that. Don't make me watch that.
Of course. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. Sorry, everyone. You can put the card down now, Andy. You can put the card down now. You can go now. You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there. You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there. And Jenny done.
Don't do it.
All cameras on me.
Don't do it. Please don't.
This new regime of ours is so seductive. I understand that. But before we all hand off our freedoms, should we ask to whom we're handing them over? Don't you want to know what's being done in your name? How many people were transitioned last month? A record high. Again, if you care. Shouldn't someone ask Advance how they plan to deal with this blockade? How many years or months of supplies we have? Why aren't we asking these questions instead of whose shit is this? There's a cat backstage dressed as a fucking goalie, for Christ's sake. He's even got the little gloves.
Not gonna lie, I kind of want to see that.
That's why I arranged for you to see that broadcast from the last break. I didn't know it was going to be him, but I guess that just about sums it up. We are all up Ship Creek with a paddle made of Alan fucking James. Christ, it's also fucking pointless. I was going to quit tonight. Take a holiday. Try something else. Out of the limelight. Maybe try having a relationship. I hear they're nice. Never tried. I loved them. And now, well...
God, Jeremy, don't!
I've tried my best to be honest with you, but this just isn't the news anymore. And I'm sorry. I've lost the fight.
Alex, think of the consequences.
I've let you down.
Please, we can't show this cut to the ads. Please, we can't show this.
My name's Jamie
Now!
Donaldson.
Do it now!
If you can.
Do it now!
Somehow. I envy you if you can. I envy you. Have a peaceful night.
Jeremy!
Got the ads.
This summer, your little ones deserve a treat.
That was a really bad ad to go to.
Carousel. Roller coaster. We've got none of that.
I got 2 achievements for that. Yeah, I completely understand that, Nubo. You knew what was coming, you still gave you the creeps. I have to give credit to all the actors in this game. Like, when they're delivering something that's meant to not be high-end and professional, but then they deliver something like that. And it was just on point. Oh, we got a bonus out of it. Oh, the channel does not think highly of me at the moment. And I think there is going to be an excellent point to stop. So thank you, everybody who's come along and watched.
Good evening. I'm Megan Ward.
Ooh.
And I'm Jeremy Dawes. Our main headlines tonight.
Hoopster, thank you so much for the follow. Really, really appreciate that. This game has been far, far better than I expected it to be. Like, genuinely, what an experience. I'm completely blown away by it. And this is coming from somebody who works in TV. This is nuts. So, yeah. Right, I'm going to wrap the stream up on YouTube. For those of you over on that end,